Tonight's the night. And it's going to happen again and again.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Christmas season. It is a holiday season. It is time for the Mags Holiday Christmas Special. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Yes, we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And this is a special night, and let me tell you something. I'm not going to lie to you guys, man. There's going to be a couple of points in this night where I'm going to break down a little bit, all right? So bear with me. It's going to be hard for some of the things for me to get through, but we're going to get through this together, and we are going to have ourselves one hell of a show. And already, I got to tell you, if you look up at the top of the chat, the pinned message from me up at the top is the link to the GoFundMe for Emily's house, and that is for the Children's Hospice and Care Unit here in Toronto, which means it's deeply personal to me, and it means a lot to me. So, as I have said before, if you can, refrain from super chats, refrain from even gifted members, all that kind of stuff. If you're going to give anything tonight or whatever for the rest of this week, it is right there pinned at the top of the list. And then, and of course, now the other thing is too, some people brought this to my attention, which of course I already looked into, is that some people were afraid of their real names getting out there. I am not going to read those names, okay? Because some people don't want their real names out there, but either way, it is there, and I will thank you all personally later as I go through the GoFundMe, and I will respond to everybody individually. We've already up to $136, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. And we're getting closer and closer to that goal. And like I said, I will thank those people all individually and privately with an actual private message from myself. But either way, here we are. And like I said, once again, none of this is going to me. It is all going to Emily's house. Now, the company that owns them is called Philip Aziz, and they are the foundation that actually owns the building. And now what that is, I'll explain to everybody what's going on here. So Emily's house is a building in Toronto, and it is a hospice care unit. It is not part of a hospital or anything like that. It's literally a house. And what they've done there is that children who are sometimes just in respite, there's some of that there. They have respite care for children, but the majority of it is for hospice care for children who are reaching the end of their lives. And as a result, they stay there in this house, and they built this house and furnished this house with toys, gaming consoles. They have series consoles in there. They got PS5s in there and Nintendo Switches and toys for the kids and everything else. They got kitchen. They have a kitchen there, and they built rooms next to the actual, if you want to consider it a hospital room, so that the families can actually live there too, so that the child has that semblance of they're living in a home and they're not just in a hospital where their parents come to visit them a couple times a day or something. The parents actually will stay with them there, and they get 24-hour care and the whole thing. And as I had mentioned before, the reason why it's so deeply personal for me is because my dear cousin, he was very ill, and he passed away there in that home, and he was cared for there. And my family was there, and they my aunt and uncle and my other cousins, they stayed there, and they stayed in the room next to him, and during all that time. And of course, we would go down and visit, and for all the different occasions and stuff. We just did a walk through Toronto for them to support them as well. And so I got to witness it firsthand, and I got to tell you, folks, I mean, not to start the show off like this, but this is important because this stuff is happening in the world, and it's something that we all need to think about and all need to remember, that with all the moaning and bitching that we do about gaming and online discourse and everything else, remember there are people out there who are losing their children daily. And it is, especially for a father like myself, and I bet you there's a lot of fathers in the chat here and a lot of people that are going to be listening to it after the fact. Let me tell you something. There is nothing more horrific than even just the thought of losing one of my children, or anybody losing their children. And I couldn't even imagine the pain. I mean, I saw the pain, I saw the suffering there, and there was a lot of times I actually couldn't stay in that building for more than a few minutes. I'd walk through and I'd see the kids and stuff, and of course I went, saw my cousin and everything else, and I'd have to leave. I'd have to leave the building and go stand outside, and like literally, no joke, I would literally just go out in the parking lot and cry, man, because I couldn't take it. I couldn't take it. And I don't know how those people work there. It is remarkable. The strength, the fortitude to face that every single day and not break down every fight. I don't know how they do it. And never mind just like I said, the families and the children that are there, like the people that work there, unbelievable. And they even have people that volunteer there, and it's unreal. And like I said, I don't know. I don't have the strength for it, man. And I'm a strong person. I can put up with a lot of stuff in this world. And I have put up with a lot of stuff in this world. And I got to tell you, I don't have the strength for that. So, I'm not wearing a hat, but hats off to them at the Emily House because it's unreal. So anyways, that's the spiel. That's the story. I will reiterate that later tonight, of course, as new people come in the chat, and I'll let them know about what's going on. But either way, the link is the link is pinned at the top of the chat, and you can just donate there. And like I said, later on, after the show, well, probably not after the show, but certainly tomorrow morning, anybody who donates or decides to donate, I will thank you all individually through private messages right there on the GoFundMe. So I will do, or even just on DMs and Twitter or whatever else, I'll reach out to you. So we'll do that. Now, if anybody does send any super chats or gifted members or whatever, and they didn't know, and they're like, oh shoot, I didn't know, or whatever, then no problem. Whatever you do donate through there, I will gladly take that, and then I'll put that in the fund myself, and I'll take that out of the money that YouTube sends me. I will send it directly there. I know that YouTube takes 30%, but I am more than happy to sacrifice that 30%, and whatever you do give, I will put over there. So I will do that as well. But anyways, we are here, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. It is the Christmas special. No, I'm not wearing a Santa hat. You know why? Do you want to know why? I'll tell you why. Because my son, pain in the ass, took it with him. Now, my son is a parkour expert. I know this sounds kind of random, but hear me out. My son is into parkour. He does like semi-professional competitive parkour. He is literally like a chimpanzee. I have never seen anything like it in my life. Like, I could go to the facility that he goes to. It's a huge like warehouse with all this cool like obstacle courses, wall climbing stuff, and like the mountain climbing like facilities and all that kind of stuff. Bars everywhere. And I don't mean bars like drinking bars. I mean like bars like swinging bars and like platforms and all that stuff. So that's what he does every Tuesday night during MAGGCAST. So he's there, and then my wife picks him up on her way home from work. So he does that. So what does he do tonight? He goes to ninja. It's called ninja training, right? So he does ninja training. And let me tell you something, by the way. I saw something. First of all, he's won. Like I said, I don't want to brag or boast here, but I'm going to tell you about it. The last 3 years in a row, he has won gold medal for his age group for all the competitions. So he is a three-peat champion of parkour. Now, the thing that he does, I've seen him, I watch him, and he's swinging on like a bar that's like 10 feet off the ground. And I literally saw him swing in one shot with one hand. Like, we're talking like dying light levels, ladies and gentlemen. He swung 9 feet through the air and grabbed onto the next bar and then flung himself onto a platform. He's basically like Batman Beyond at this point. It's ridiculous. So anyways, I always told him, I said, listen, dude, when you're in high school and you're about to get into a fight, just double jump off the walls and like get the hell out of there. Okay, dude, don't get in any fights. So yeah, long story longer, he stole the damn Santa hat. He wore it to Ninja tonight, and I didn't even realize it until he was out of the car, and I'm like, God, yeah, what? That's right. He stole my hat. So no Santa hat. And I only own one hat, folks. I don't have a million Santa hats lying around, okay? Yeah, Pundo, he's definitely Robin. Exactly, yeah. He's basically Robin. You know what I mean? So, it is what it is. But anyways, we are here. We got some things to talk about. And I thought, how about this? How about I start off the show with a bang and let you know a little something that crossed my plate that I thought was really interesting and fun. And it's something to look forward to in the next couple of years. However, there's a small caveat, but it's not a negative one. But I can tell you this. Dead Island 3 is currently in development, ladies and gentlemen. So happy and so excited to hear about that. Now, not only that, here's the interesting part. It's already has PlayStation 6 development targets.
PlayStation.
It has Series X and S development. All right, I gave you one sound from each. However, currently, they do not have the development targets for Xbox Project Mag, for Project Mag. Because they don't have the tools or scoped final specs yet. So, when everybody was saying, hey, are they going to show... The reason why I brought this up, first of all, I thought that was interesting. Now, the thing is that... when everyone's like, oh, they're going to show Project Mag at the Game Awards? Are they going to show it at the Developer Direct? Listen, they don't even have the final specs yet. Okay, I already knew that. You guys should already know that because I've said it a million times. I've said it on XNC. I've said it here, of course. And I said, guys, it's not even close. They are still in virtual stage. So virtual stage, basically what I'm trying to break it down is that, like, when Tony Stark wears his glasses and like he's like building stuff, like he's building the time machine. He's building the time machine in Endgame. He's like, oh, we got to go back. We got to go. Marty, we got to go back to the future. You know what I mean? Like, we got to go back and do this. And he's like got all the virtual stuff and he's like grabbing things and building stuff and whatever. That's kind of what Microsoft is doing right now with Project Mag. So they're doing that as we speak. And as a result of that, the final specs haven't been laid out yet. So the development for that game still for the Series X and S. I would imagine the PlayStation 5. The only thing that was interesting is that the report that I got said series consoles, yes. PlayStation 6, yes. Project Mag, as of now, no. But again, not for bad reasons, only because they don't have the final specs yet. And the developer doesn't have an idea of what they're going to be, like exactly what the parameters that they're going to be working on. I'm not a tech guy. You guys all know that by now, okay? You guys all know I'm not the tech guy. But I'm just telling you, I thought it was a very interesting little side note to start the show. Kind of fun, isn't it? Did you guys like Dead Island 3? Dead Island 2? I loved it, man. Colt Eastwood and I played the heck out of that game, let me tell you something. Played the heck out of it. It was an amazing game. Had so much fun with it. I actually ended up playing it on the PlayStation 5. Yeah, I did. And Colt played it on PC. PC Master Race scumbag. And because of that, I got the platinum on that because I loved it. And my wife, funny enough, I bought it because you guys know how I roll. I buy third party so that my wife and I game share and whatever else, right? And she didn't play it. And I'm like, honey, I bought this game for like you know what I mean? For you and I, to like, you know what I mean? We could play together because you could co-op, right? You could play co-op in the game and all that stuff, right? And Colt and I were supposed to do that at one point. I don't even remember if we did or not. But anyways, she gets it. It's too scary.
You're fired.
It's too scary. Can you believe that? And she's a tough, let me tell you something, man. My wife's a tough broad, okay? She's tough. But she's too scared. You know what I mean? What's the problem here? She's probably listening to me right now. She's going to kill me. Listen, you know what? Go ahead. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? She's in the car driving home from work, right? And she's with her crew, her like work crew, and they all take like one car and they go. So it's going to be like an hour drive for them. Shout out to them. They're probably in the car listening to it right now. But either way, yeah, shout out to the crew. Shout out to the crew and my wife. I know you guys are doing great work up there. So it's about an hour drive back to, to my city, town, whatever the hell you want to call it. And it was funny because they're like, oh, what did my wife ask me this morning? She goes, what time are you going to be on the show? And I said, oh, my normal time, like 8:45. She goes, oh, that sucks because we like listening to it like when we're driving home. And I'm like, well, you know what? I'm going to start the show an hour early. Let's go. It's 8 o'clock. Let's rock. And hot off the heels of that, my goodness, we've got D487. He drops 5 gifted members in the chat. Thank you so much, my friend. I greatly appreciate that. And congratulations to all the new channel members that are out there. Listen, in a couple of weeks, just the week after Christmas, I'm going to be launching a channel member only accessed cooking video before I drop it live later on down the road. And what I want to do And by the way, now you channel members, we are going to have tomorrow night, now that I can announce this, tomorrow night at 7 p.m., we are going to have a channel member meeting right here online on YouTube. It will be private. It will not be a public video. So it will be for channel members only. So you new members, you can jump in there. And I need feedback on two things. And this is something that I'm going to continue going on in the future. And what I'm going to do in the future is I'm going to be doing probably like once every 6 weeks, once a month, once every 6 weeks or whatever, have a meeting with all the members, all the channel members, and we're going to do a little feedback, a little talk back and forth. It's not going to be a show. We're literally just going to be sitting on here talking, whatever, and I'm going to ask you guys opinions. What do you want? What should I improve on? What would you like to see more of? What would you like me to talk more of? For example, a shout out to Kid. I know he's out there somewhere listening or listening to it after the fact. I know it's very late in the UK. However, he did say to me, he says, hey, I really want to spruce up the Discord for the channel members and everything else. I'm like, dude, no problem. I'm not really great at all that stuff. Listen, I'm not really the big tech guy. However, I'm going to give him control, and I'm going to make him the moderator for the channel members only Discord. So new members, that's another thing. You go to the front page of my YouTube channel there. You'll find a link to the channel members only Discord, and you could join that anytime. Feel free. Don't be shy. Come on in. Everybody's awesome. So what's going to happen is I'm going to have Kit sort of spearhead the whole situation, and we're all going to talk together tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern, channel members only. And we will have an exclusive little talk, and then you guys tell me what features you want to see in there. Kit will walk through everything because he's a master at Discord, so he knows everything that's going on there. So what we're gonna do is that. All right, and then you guys let me know what's happening there. Now, the second thing that I want to talk about is I want to. What's up, Jeffrey? That's a lot of peppers and hearts there, buddy. Grandpa Barbecue, you're not invited. Okay, all right. I'm telling you that right now. You're not invited. I can't trust you. I don't know what you're gonna say.
Why do you say this to me when you know I will kill you for it?
Anyways, as I was saying, the second thing I want to talk about tomorrow, I want your suggestions for my next channel member accessed cooking video, which I will be doing the week after Christmas. All right, so the week after Christmas, I will be filming a new cooking video. But, however, I need the channel members' feedback. I want to let it's going to be very diplomatic, okay? It's going to be a democracy. I'm not the emperor. I'm not going to make all the decisions. You guys support me, so I want your feedback. So what's going to happen is we're going to talk about the Discord, and Kit's going to be there, and you send in the suggestions. He's going to take them all down and all that jazz, and then we're going to take it from there, okay? And then we'll start to work on the Discord. He will start working on that Discord. I'm going to put him in charge of that, and he's more than happy to do it. Actually, he's quite excited to do it, so super happy. But anyways, now the thing is that the cooking thing, I need your suggestions and thoughts and ideas of what you would like me to cook for my next channel member access cooking video. So we'll do that as well. I don't know how to say your name, my friend. Is it Willem Lou? I think it's Willem Lou. You know what's really funny about that, dude? I struggled with your name before, and I think I'm just going to call you Will. Will the Thrill, ladies and gentlemen. A member for 3 months. He sends in a member chat, and he says, hey, Mag. That pic I sent. Watched it 6 times already. Fantastic. And thank you for being a member for 3 months, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate every last person in this chat. You guys are all amazing, all incredible people. So thank you so much for all being here. I really, really appreciate it. And I really appreciate all the help that, like I said, with the GoFundMe. Everybody wants to look at it. This is not a GoFundMe for me. This is going directly to the Philip Aziz Center, which is the Emily's House Hospice for Children. And like I said, it hit very close to home. And I wish I could lie to you guys, but you know I don't lie to you guys. I never can. I never got over it. I never got over it. It was a struggle, man. And it still is a struggle now. And it still bothers me. It bothers me. Obviously, it bothers me to this day. And even the funeral, it was like, and when we went to the funeral, myself, my 2 brothers, and my 2 cousins, we were pallbearers, and we had to, we had to bury him, right? So we had to put him in the ground, and those images never left me. And I think what happened is that when I had my own children, I think it struck me harder, is because you can relate directly, right? Because you're like, you have your own children, you love your children more than anything in this entire world, I would imagine, for the most part, right? And it's just like my worst possible nightmare. And because of that, it never, you know what I mean? Like, I'll never erase that image from my mind, you know? And, but being there at Emily's house was amazing, sad, heartbreaking, and uplifting all at the same time. It's impossible to describe that sort of feeling. And I remember the first time I went, before he went there, he was at Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto, and we went to go visit him, and my wife had never been. So I had to coach her. We parked underneath the building, whatever, right? There's underground parking, and I'm standing in the parking lot before we get to the elevator. And I was coaching her. I'm like, honey, listen, you're going to see some things that you don't want to see. It's going to be hard for you at that point, you know, being a new mother and everything else. I'm like, this is going to be hard for you to see, not just him, but also the other, you know, you'll see other kids walking around or just whatever. You're going to see things that you don't want to see. And she's like, all right, okay. And she was trying to prepare herself for it, right? And we get to the elevator in the underground parking lot. We get in, whatever. We go up to the floor. And as soon as the door opens up, there's a little boy, bald, you know, cancer, and he had his little IV. And he said, hello, and he was talking to us, and my wife just was a blubbering mess. And I'm like, honey, I told you, man, this is not easy. This is this is not easy, man. And like I said, and you struggle with that. When you see those things, you burn those into your memory forever. You know what I'm saying? And so being in that building, being in Emily's house that will burn in my mind forever. But I made myself a pledge. And this was actually funny enough. I actually made this pledge before I even started this channel. Like a couple of years before I started this channel, I said, one day, I'm going to do my own thing. Because remember, I was doing guest spots on other people's shows and stuff like that, right? And I said, one day I'm going to do my own thing. And I'm going to make a point of it. And I never forgot this. This is like 4 years ago now, almost 5 years ago now. And I said, I'm going to make a point that every Christmas I'm going to do a fundraiser for Emily's house. Because it's the one thing that will basically haunt me for the rest of my days. Sometimes some good thoughts, some bad, you know, and it just got into me. And I said, I will do something about this one day, and I will dedicate, certain time in my life, and I'll dedicate all, efforts towards Emily's house. And I will do that for the rest of my days. So yes. And you know what? Fast forward 5 years, and here we are. We are here, ladies and gentlemen. And we got Jeffrey, a member of 2 months. And he sends it in a member chat. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. And he says, I love it here. And he sends a whole lot of hearts and spicy peppers and more hearts and more spicy peppers. Amazing. Thank you, Williams. Chris, I appreciate that, man. Chris lost his best friend to cancer at 16. Supporting related charities helps lessen the pain. Great cause. Nice work, Meg. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate the words. Emperor Hound, I feel you, brother. Yeah, man. So, let's talk about some gaming stuff. So we talked about Dead Island 3. That was exciting, wasn't it? I mean, at least for zombie fans. I'm a big zombie fan. So I'm excited for it. I love the first one. The first one, it was a janky mess, let's face it. It was a janky mess. But it was still fun. What was the second one called? Riptide or some whatever the hell it was called? Riptide, I think it was. Dark Tide? I don't know, whatever it was. Riptide, I think it was Riptide. Anyway, Dead Island, Riptide, it was kind of like a side piece, so to speak. That was good. It was a good game. It was good. Wasn't as good as the original Dead Island, but it was still good. It was still enjoyable. A janky mess, again, but I still got through it and I still played it. I couldn't stop playing it. I'm like, this is a great premise. I love this. Open world, melee combat, guns if you get them a little bit later on. This is great. Just walking around, killing zombies, doing all that kind of stuff. Yes, I understand that Dead Rising had sort of done that before, but Dead Rising was a different vibe. It was a different feel. You know what I'm saying? It was just the kind of thing. So, that being the case, Dead Island 2 comes along. Dead Island 2 wasn't perfect, but it was so fun and so gory and so great. And it was so refreshing to get back into a game like that. And I really loved it. So then when we get, now they're talking about Dead Island 3 going to not only current consoles, but also to next-gen consoles, leads me to believe that this will come out somewhere in the end of 2027. That would be my guess. And I'm excited for it. I'm here for it. I am all here for it. I'm excited. So we're going to do that. We're going to do that. We're all going to do that together. Listen, when that game comes out, we're going to play it together, okay? We're going to get the maggots out there. It's going to be me, a couple of maggots. We're going to go out. We're going to start killing zombies. And, of course, zombies are going to be covered in maggots, so we're going to have to scoop those maggots off of those zombies, and then we're going to have to keep them for ourselves and add them to the army. So, let's briefly talk about it, because I'm not a tech guy, you guys know that. But we have to talk about it. So I don't know if anybody of you guys heard about it. Rampocalypse seems to be ramping up. You guys hear about Samsung today? Tell me you heard what happened to Samsung. Samsung, I can't even speak. Samsung, did you guys hear about that? So Samsung, their DDR5 RAM prices literally doubled.
You're fired.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Can you believe that? Doubled. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say to that. It's unreal. But they were also complaining. They're saying, like, in Taiwan or whatever, they're like, we just don't have any more stock. So anyways, I started looking it up, and lo and behold, yeah, it's gonna start affecting those prices. Now, if you're a PC builder, then that's going to be a whole thing. That's going to be a whole situation. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I looked at it, and it looked like the prices were pretty high. I mean, they ranged, in Canadian dollars, it ranged anywhere, like I checked on Amazon, I checked a few other places. They were ranging from like $500 to $1,200 to $1,300 a piece. And I'm like, when a 5090 graphics card here in Canada, it could run you like $3,500.
You're fired.
Like, are you kidding me? Like I said, I don't know much about PCs and the building. Listen, I have a PC, but I went to Canada Computers, and I'm not going to lie to you guys, okay? I'm not going to lie to you guys. I went straight to the Chinese guy. No, that's not some racist thing. I went straight to the Chinese guy because I knew the way he was the guy stood with authority. And I said, that man knows PCs. So I got past all the long hair, neck beards, and I'm going, good day, sir. And he goes, good day, how are you? And I said, wonderful. I said, you are going to build me a PC. Swear to God. I swear to God I did that. And so you had like these 19-year-old like, hey man, welcome to Canada Computer. Like, get the fuck out of my way. Get out of my way. Give me to the real guy who knows what's up. So I went straight to him and I said, listen, you're going to build me a PC. I said, just whatever. I gave him a price range. I said, just make it work, okay? And he goes, so what are we doing with this? And I said, I'm not really using it for gaming. I can if I really want to. I said, but I'm using it for YouTube. That's what's important to me. That's what's important to me. Oh, by the way, before we even go any further, in the chat, there's action going on in the chat here. We're going to get back to that computer business in a second here. We got Will dropping all kinds of codes in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. They're for Steam. Go check them out. Anybody wants them, they're up for grabs. He's got Gotham Knights, Back for Blood. He got Mortal Kombat 11. He dropped Fear Ultimate Shooter Edition. Oh, shit, dude. Middle-earth, Shadow of War. Batman Arkham Knight Premium Edition. Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen. Let's fucking go. Shadow of Mordor. Will is out of control, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, my friend. Suicide Squad. You know what's funny? I kind of want to play Suicide Squad. I kind of want to do it. Guys, would you guys look at this chat right now? Grab those. Will is going buck wild in the chat. Watchmen. The End is Nigh Part 1 and 2. Mortal Kombat XL. Mad Max. Guys, Will has gone off the chain. We got to give him all kinds of sounds over here. Okay, ready? Everybody go grab him, grab him, grab him. Grab him while you can. Batman Arkham Asylum Game of the Year Edition. Big props to Will, ladies and gentlemen. Justice, holy shit. And he says, and that is all. My God, dude.
Why do you say this to me?
Thank you so much, Will. That is absolutely insanity in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute insanity. And hot off the heels of that, I got Will dropping a $2 super chat, and he's saying, it's Broke Boy, damn it. At least Colt knows me. Holy crap, dude. Why does YouTube change people's names? You're not fired. They're fired. Broke Boy, I didn't even realize that was you, man. My apologies. My apologies. I can't believe that. Why does it change people's names? Hey, big boy, how you doing, buddy? Oh, I see what he's saying. Noisy Mofo, I'm leaving the GoFundMe active until the goal is reached. So probably, by Christmas, maybe the end of the year. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm not shutting it down anytime soon, brother. There's no pressure to do this all tonight. First of all, I don't expect it. But, I did some math in my head. And I started thinking to myself, and that's why I put my goal for what it was. And I'm thinking to myself, we get approximately here on the Mag Show, we probably get we get usually about 1.4 to 1.5 thousand people watch the show weekly, right? So by that logic alone, you could think that at least 400 to 500 people probably tune in for 5-10 minutes and then just piss off, right? And then other people stay and watch the whole damn show. So I thought to myself, you know what? Even if 1,000 out of those up to 1,500 people watch the show, give $1, give $1, just $1, and we'll reach the goal. That's it, just $1. That's not even a cup of coffee these days. Because coffee is expensive now, man. It's out of control. It's out of control. And I'm not talking about the frappa-fuccacinos that you go get at Starbucks that are you have to remortgage your house in order to buy a coffee. I'm talking about a regular coffee. U.S. got Dunkin' Donuts and all that jazz. Up here in Canada, we got Tim Hortons. We used to have Country Style, which was better, by the way. McDonald's coffees, whatever, all that kind of stuff. But, it's less than a cup of coffee, $1. I sound like one of those commercials, you know what I mean? For less than $1, you can feed Ariana Grande. and the goblin that stands next to her from Wicked. Oh, my God. Have you seen those two? They're literally Skeletors just walking around. I'll get you, He-Man! I will get you, He-Man! And right off of that, we've got Aaron Walsh! There we go, brother. Thank you so much. Aaron Walsh drops a $20 super chat. And he sends a super sticker saying, you are amazing. Thank you so much, Aaron Walsh. And then we got Broke Boy dropping another $2 super chat saying Steam code's incoming. Theme is WB Games. Listen, everybody in the chat, whoever grabbed those codes, thank you very much, Broke Boy. You're amazing, dude. So whoever got those codes, make sure you thank him. Of course, his name is not Broke Boy in here now because YouTube changed his name to Will I Am. And then we got Glinzer with a member saying, oh, he gifts a member chat. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you. Glinzer saying Ariana Grande is going to play Olive Oil in the new Popeye movie. What is she going to play? One of her legs? She's like 63 pounds now. She literally looks like a skeleton that they just tied like skin around. There's nothing left. Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen. Broke Boy is going wild. He's going to drop he drops another $2 super chat, and he goes round 2 incoming. 6 games, Souls-like theme. Chat, get ready. If there's any games that you want from Steam that you didn't play, get them now, ladies and gentlemen. And if you don't, hey, listen, guess what? Get those codes anyway, and then pretty soon, y'all can get yourself a Steam machine, and you can play all those games that Broke Boy's about to drop in the chat. He's about to bomb the chat with more codes, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this guy, out of control. Here it comes. Here they come. Don't worry, we're going to get back to our topics in a minute. We're having some fun here, man. Emperor Hound, holy F. He's dropping Flintlock, Steel Rising. Asterigos, never heard of that. Curse of the Stars? Sounds cool. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. Achilles, Legends Untold, Salt and Sacrifice. Salt sounds like Twitter. Elderborn. Look at these guys. Get in there, grab those. That's it. Thank you so much, Broke Boy. Unbelievable. And right off the heels of that, Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen, for the game of the year. Arrow Nation drops a $2 super chat, and he drops a code for Expedition 33 Game of the Year 2025. Hurry up and grab that code, ladies and gentlemen. Hurry up and grab that code. Literal Table, thank you for the donation, brother. I appreciate you as well, man. You guys are amazing. Absolutely amazing. You guys are blowing me away. We're 38 minutes into the show, and I'm already out of breath. Unreal. Thank you guys so much for all the support and everything else. Hey, and remember, whoever grabs those codes, make sure you put in the chat and thank them publicly, please. Arrow Nation dropping that Expedition 33. Broke Boy dropping 756 game codes from Steam. Unreal, ladies and gentlemen. Unreal. Yeah, I'd love to know who got some of those codes. Sup, Grim? Okay, so back to the PCs. I need to calm down. Okay, so the codes. The codes, Jesus Christ. I got codes on my brain now because you guys are dropping codes like madmen out there. Oh, Broke Boy, he drops a $2 super chat as well. And he says, I watched Howard the Duck 6 times since that pick. Oh my God, Broke Boy, you are a madman. You truly are a madman. I appreciate you, brother. So anyways, so I go into Canada Computers. I'm like, listen, sir, this is the money I want to give you. Make it happen, okay? Just make it happen. Just figure it out. And then he says, "What level of gaming are you?" And I'm like, "Listen, I don't need to go nuts, okay? I'm not gonna be. I don't need 756,000 frames per second and all this other bullshit. I'm not doing that. I've got consoles that I'm more than happy with. I got my Series X, Series S, and I got a PS5 Pro and my Switch 2. I don't need this for gaming. I said, I need this thing to be a beast for YouTube because the maggots demand it.
Why do you say this to me when you know I will kill you for it?
And that's what he said to me. And I said, okay, relax, dude, relax. I just make it happen. The maggots need it. The maggots need a quality show. And he says, say no more, my friend. And then he disappears. Underrated film, big boy. Oh my God, Funky Playbox is out of control already. He's already had 6 Guinness and 3 shots tonight. Don't worry, I'm going to join you in a little bit, dude. Don't worry about it. So I said to him, I'm like, listen, dude, you figured out. So you know what? He took a little while. I kind of went off for a little bit, wandered around the store, went over to Best Buy to see what was going on over there because Canada Computers and Best Buy are like 100 yards from each other, right? I came back. He had this beautiful thing. One of those, like, you know, those armory cases, like the clear on one side and white. I love the listen, man, when it comes to technology, I like it simple. I like white and black. That's it when it comes to colors of I like it like very stark because it looks good in like the, you know, the shelving and whatever else. And he gives me the white armory case, you know, with the red insignia on it, really cool. And then of course the one side is all clear, so I could see all the fans. I could see all the fans blowing with all the cool little lights and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, he did it and brought it home, and great. Try doing that now.
You're fired.
Unless you go to a place that already had has pre-built PCs with the price and everything else there. Building your own at this point doesn't seem to be very prudent. I'm sure that if you're a very well-educated shopper, that you'll be able to know where to get all these things and be very savvy, right? But I'm not sure. I'm not really sure how that's like I got no interest in it. So basically what I'm trying to tell you guys is if you have listen, I warned everybody a couple of weeks ago too, by the way. About a month ago. I said, listen, if you're going to do the PC thing, do it now. If there are pre-builds that are in the store for a decent price or whatever, buy them now. If my understanding is correct, even with a pre-built, can't you buy parts for it later on and be able to upgrade from there too? Like it's not like it's like locked like with a key that like Indiana Jones has to sit there and figure out how to open the box. So that being the case, and then I told everybody at Black Friday, buy a PlayStation 5. And that's not some like pony narrative or something stupid like some people say. But like, you know what I mean? It was just about like, listen, get the hardware now. Get it on sale now. Because if you have that itch, and this is what I was getting at, if you have that itch in about 7 months from now, you're like, God damn it, I want to play Wolverine. It looks so good. You know? It got a 94 Metacritic. Whatever, right? I'm just making shit up. But I'm just saying, let's just say it did. Go ahead and buy a PS5 now. You missed the sale. I mean, I think some of them are still on sale now, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, Cyber that's right. You bought one. That's right. Yeah. Oh, before we carry on, Broke Boy has to go, but I just want to say thank you. And everybody in the chat, please thank Broke Boy for all those codes. I mean, the guy literally dropped like 25 game codes in the chat. Unbelievable. Shout out to Noof Nukem, by the way. He's in the chat, my good friend. I was supposed to do a show with him the other day, but the timing didn't work out. But it's okay. It's all right. We'll do it again sometime. Broke Boy drops another $5 super chat. He says, sorry to take a dump of codes and run, but I gotta go play games with the fam. Humble Bundle stores $12 WB games, $14 Souls-like bundle. Each has all the games. There you go. So if you didn't get them in the chat, or if you weren't lucky enough to get any of those codes in the chat, you can check out those Humble Bundles. They are on sale right now. So right. So what I said to everybody, before December hits, go buy your hardware. Future-proof yourself. Get it out of your, get it in there. And the reason why is because if this carries on into 2027, you will not need a PlayStation 6 day one. You will not need a Project Mag day one. These other consoles are very, very good. Very powerful consoles. And they will continue to be supported into the 2030s. So get something now. If you didn't have it already. That's what I'm getting at, right? If you didn't have it already. And then you're good for another 5-6 years. Maybe 5 years. Let's you know, we're still 2025. So let's say 5 years. You'd still be good for another 5 years, and you would have got it for a hell of a good price. Like, for example, that PS5 the PS5 Slim that they were doing, it was cheaper than a Series S and a Switch 2. You know what I'm saying? It's not about narratives. It's not about ponies and Xbox and all and Nintendo dorks or whatever they call them. It's not about that. Like, none of that. It's not about that stuff. It's about being prudent with the shopping so that you have the hardware so that you can continue to support our favorite hobby for years to come. And guess what you're going to start doing, ladies and gentlemen? I am going to be your financial advisor from now until 2030. This is what's going to happen. We're all going to talk about it. Noisy Muffle, what are you doing? He's saying at the mag and he's waving. Are you leaving? You better not leave, Noisy Mofo. You're here to the end. Or I'm going to have the moderators deal with you. So anyways, as I was saying, I'm going to be your financial advisor. We're going to put away money every single paycheck, starting now. Okay? And then by the time you're going to have enough money to buy something, you won't even feel the pinch. Okay? You're not even going to feel the pinch. $50 a month. Let's go $25. All right, $25 a paycheck. We're going to put away $50 a month. Can you imagine what you could buy in a couple of years from now, maybe 3 years from now? You imagine you could buy anything you want. Because by that time, there'll probably be a 6000 series PC, graphics cards and all that bullshit. And then, of course, there's going to be a PSX. Project Mag is going to be out there. And you won't even feel the pinch. You won't even know. You won't even know. And that's how you do it. That's how you got to do it. Noof Nukem, you're not wrong either. He's saying something in the chat. He's saying Xbox putting all their games on PlayStation anyhow, so why you own the Xbox? You don't have to, yeah. I mean, unless you're like really... Now, here's the thing. There's two answers there. If you're looking just ahead, you could say, well, you know what? Just a PlayStation 6 would be prudent. Because you'll get Xbox games day one. You'll get PlayStation games day one. Nobody else is doing that. Not even PC, not even the Project Mag. Okay? So you're going to get PlayStation and Xbox games day one. You're going to get third party, obviously, day one. Right? Now, on the other side, though, if you have a legacy of titles that you want to continue to play or whatever, and you want to move forward with those titles, like series consoles games, Xbox One games, 360 games, whatever, and you want to carry that library over, then you would get a Project Mag because you want to continue to move, you know what I mean, that library with you, especially if you've got a lot of games. Like if you got like 500, 600, some people have 1,000 games or whatever on their consoles, right? And so some people don't want to be like, I don't want to lose all that. I want to keep it forever. And so they will continue to support in that respect, right? So remember when Phil Spencer had that conversation about the digital libraries? Remember that? And he's like, we lost the most important generation because people were building the digital libraries, this and that. However, that being said, there are a lot of Xbox gamers who have very vast digital libraries and even physical libraries. And as a result of that, I could see why they would continue. Like in that respect, you'd be like, all right, well, you're going to sacrifice PlayStation games day one, because if there is Steam integration into this new Project Mag, you will get to play PlayStation games eventually. You just won't get them day one. You might have to wait a year, might have to wait 2 years, might have to wait 6 months. We don't know what the cadence will be like. So there's arguments for both sides there. You know what I mean? So, yeah. However, someone like me, now that we're talking here, and it's just us talking, someone like me, I would imagine that it doesn't really, like, I don't care about the old titles. I have consoles that work, right? And I can access all those games that I bought on Xbox. And now the other thing that's very interesting, I want to put a little caveat in there. Game Pass fucked that all up for a lot of people. You know why? It's what I like to call the Netflix effect, or the Spotify effect. Think about this for a second, folks. And I know you're not dumb. You guys know. But if you think about it, when you got Spotify, okay, I got Spotify Premium because I can't go back. I can't go back. Once they get rid of the commercials and shit, and I can build my own library, and do whatever I want and skip around and this and that, right? I couldn't go back. They got me. They got me by the balls, man. There's nothing I can do. However, my brain thinks I own all those songs now. I don't own shit. So if Spotify disappears tomorrow, I lose everything. All those libraries, all those curated lists, all those songs. I can't remember all the stuff that I made over the last couple of years. Like I made a playlist, for example. It's called the Mags. I'm not even kidding you. It's called the Mags 90s dance and techno and house music. It was all the music for any of you graybeards out there that used to go to the clubs in the 90s and whatever. All the music that they used to play in the clubs, right? The house music, the techno, the rave shit. The dance music, right? Yeah, Barbie Girl is on that list. You better believe Barbie Girl's on that list. So, I made that list. 7.5 hours. I literally spent countless hours scouring the internet trying to find and remember every song that I used to listen to in those clubs and in those days or whatever else, right? Any of you old guys out there who used to go to those clubs, put some of your favorite songs in the chat. Arrow Nation, the Blade song is on there. Club Blood, are you kidding me? Or the Bloodbath song? Yeah, you know the tune. So, that's all gone. I don't own any of that stuff. None of that stuff. I own none of it. Right? So if Spotify decides to go, that's it, we're done, boys. Close up shop, we're out of here. I lose everything. So therefore, I don't have a digital library. Now, what's happening with Game Pass, especially when I was subscribed, I stopped. I'm never going to do it again. And that's just my personal choice. I will buy Xbox games that I want to buy, and I will buy them at full price. I don't give a shit. I'll buy them at full price. I'd rather do that because I do not have, first of all, I don't have the time, and I don't like the buffet style. I don't like the buffet. Listen, the buffets are great for eating, but the buffet for me, for gaming and all that kind of stuff, it's not my cup of tea. So, like, for example, next year, I'm going to buy, I already told you guys this last week, but I'll tell you again. I'm going to buy Forza Horizon 6. I'm going to buy Gears of War E-Day. I'm going to buy Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4. Right? I'm going to buy those games. But like all the other stuff that they release in between, I may or may not be interested in. If there's a gem hidden in there somewhere, kind of like South of Midnight was a gem for me last year, then great, I'll buy that too. Because I hear about what comes out. I know what comes out. I'm still in tune with everything. I mean, what the hell do you think I'm doing here? This is what I love. This is what I do, right? So I know what's coming out. So if there's a gem in the mix, I'll add that to the pile. And I'll be like, well, shit, I'm going to buy that too. Or whatever, right? So that's how I roll. Now, the thing is, for people who've been building this Game Pass library, outside of third party, of course, right? We're not talking about third party because third party you got to buy. But I'm talking about like for the Game Pass stuff. You think you own all that shit. So when people look at that screen and you got all these squares, right? You know, you go to the games and apps section or whatever, the games library on the Xbox, and you look at it, you see all these squares. You think you own that shit. You don't. You don't know a goddamn thing. So when it goes, if you move on to another console, you will never get to play those games again unless you stay subscribed. So in that respect, people think they're building a library, but you're actually building a nothing burger. So that is an effect too, right? That has an effect as well. However, if you have a very healthy amount of third-party games or even Xbox games that you purchased, then Project Mag would be for you. Because you would want that stuff to carry over, right? So it's basically, long story longer, it's basically down to the consumer, and what they choose to do is entirely up to them. And whatever suits their needs. For me, for example, I have about 750 or 800 games purchased on Xbox. Do you know how, and digitally, by the way, digitally. That doesn't include what I used to have, the stacks and stacks and stacks of 360 and Xbox One games. Now, the thing is, I'm a realist here, okay? I have never turned on those games ever again. Once I get my 1,000 out of 1,000 or whatever, or I'm done with it, like maybe it's just impossible to get that completion or whatever else the hell else it is, I'm done with the game and I never go back to it. I love Rise Son of Rome was in my top 5 best games of last generation, right? I got the full achievement list. I got the 1,000 out of 1,000. Then they did the DLC, and I got all those achievements too. Every single one. Now, did I ever go back and play Rise of Son of Rome ever again? Nope. Never again. Did I go back and play like old Forzas, old Gears? No. Never went back and played any of those games ever again. So for me, it's all about moving forward. Even on my PlayStation, same deal. Did I ever go back and play God of War 2018? No. I got the platinum and I walked away. I got the platinum on God of War Ragnarok. Walked away. I'm never going to play the game again. You know, all the Resident Evils. Well, Resident Evil's different. Listen, guys, I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm a cuck for Resident Evil, okay? So I probably would go back to just, like, refresh my... You know, I mean, like, I might do that, like, for example, when Resident Evil Requiem's about to drop, that week, or the week before, I'm probably going to stream the Resident Evil Village DLC. I'll do that story. Rose's story, you know the one? I might do that because that's going to lead into Resident Evil Requiem. So I thought that would be appropriate. That'd be kind of fun. But like for everything else, like it really doesn't mean, like once I consume the product, I just kind of move away from it. And so to me, I don't see the need. So at that point, I would think that maybe I'll just buy one console. But we'll see. We'll see how things go. You never know. Maybe Phil Spencer will be my friend and he'll send me a Project Mag. I'm not really 100% sure. Probably not. I don't think he likes me very much. But hey, what are you supposed to do, man? Not everybody can love you, man. But speaking of love, we got 80 Storm, the wild man himself. My goodness, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. He gets all of it. A rare achievement. 80 Storm drops an $80 super chat, and then he says, "Hey Mag, wish you a very Merry Christmas and New Year from my family to your family. On the other side, with this little cash, grab a couple of presents for your kids from me. Thank you so much, my friend. I really appreciate you." 80 Storm, I appreciate you, and I appreciate and say hello and thank you from your family. However, I am going to take that money and I'm going to donate it to the Children's Foundation that I am hosting tonight. My children are spoiled little bastards already. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not kidding. They totally are. But no, I'm going. They don't need anything else. I don't even need anything else. You know that. You know who needs my help. You know who needs my help? Those children. And I'm going to put that money, 80 Storm, towards that. I promise you. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you, brother. Lots of love. Thank you, 80 Storm. Unbelievable. And Emperor Hound, a member for 1 month. Thank you so much, Emperor Hound. And he says, Game Pass is more of a try before you buy for me. Yes. You know what, Emperor Hound? I'm going to address that. Again, 80 Storm, thank you so much. Yeah, blown away by that, dude. And I hope you're okay with me donating that money to the charity that I'm hosting tonight. So let me know if you're okay with that. That's what I would like to do. Emperor Hound. Game Pass used to be the try before you buy for me. Not anymore. The reason why is because Emperor Hound, you goddamn well know, now that you're in Canada, and I didn't stack Game Pass until Stardate 3574. Okay? Three centuries from now. I didn't stack. I stopped because I'm like, listen, I'm not paying for shit that I'm not going to use. Because you remember 22 and 23 when Xbox was kind of dry there? I wasn't playing it for months, and I'm like, what the fuck am I paying for? It's like going, getting that gym membership and not going. Like, what are we talking about? I'm like, no, I stopped. So I cut it off. And I stopped playing. I stopped using Game Pass for about 18 months. And then I went back to it for a bit. I had Game Pass this year up until the price hike. And then I just said, I'm fucking done. And the reason why I said I'm done, ladies and gentlemen, because Emperor Hound knows as well as I know, is that in Canada, it is $40 for Game Pass.
You're fired.
Sure, I'm rounding up $1.38. But it's $38.62 here in Ontario. Emperor Hound, you're in Quebec, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe your taxes are a little lower. But the taxes here, it's $38.62 a month for Game Pass. That is no longer a try before you buy for me. That is literally half a game. At that point, what I do is obviously I watch reviews, I read reviews, I watch fellow YouTubers, I speak to YouTubers that I trust, and I don't mean trust I trust their opinion in games, right? Like Mr. Boomstick XL. Shout out to my brother, Mr. Boomstick XL. Go check out his channel, dear friend of mine, family to me at this point, and I trust his opinion pretty much inherent. There's him and I are pretty much identical across the board when it comes to gaming likes and dislikes. And so when Boom says, hey, this is a great game, I can almost guarantee that I would say 95% of the time I would love it. And because we have almost the exact same taste in games, right? Now, the funny thing is, Colt Eastwood, who's also a dear friend of mine, family at this point as well, we talk all the time. I tuck him into bed once a week. It's true. He loves it. Our tastes in games are completely different. The games that he loves, I fucking hate them. I don't hate them. I just don't like them. So, like, Colt Eastwood and I don't have the same taste in games. Okay, Dead Island 2, sure. But, like, he's got his own taste, and that's totally fine. It's like music. You could say, hey, I love metal. Another guy would be like, well, I love reggae. Another guy would be like, oh, I love jazz. Cool. All right, whatever, man. It's all good. But him and I don't have the same taste in games at all. And so, like, I'll talk to Boom or watch his videos or whatever else. Who else is there? Skill Up's another one. I trust him. I would say almost 99% of the stuff that he says that he would recommend, I love those games. So what I do is, instead of doing the try before you buy with Game Pass, what I do now, I cancel Game Pass. So what I do now is I wait. I see the metas, and I'm like, all right, I got the metas, put it in my brain, right? Like Dumbledore, he like puts those little thoughts in his brain before he goes in the pensieve. Okay, put them in my brain like Dumbledore. Compartmentalize it. Then I talk to the community. And I mean that community, I mean you guys, the maggots. 78's in the house. Ion Storm. Fuzzy Tomato, what's up? You guys are just... Mr. Hawk. DJ Marshman.
Why do you say this to me?
Donation.
When you know
DJ Marshman. What's up, everybody? How you doing? Ion Storm, braving the storm as always. The man does not sleep. The man with no fear and the man with no sleep. That is Ion Storm. STO. It's in the game. How you doing, buddy? So then I go to Skill Up. I go to my favorite YouTubers. I listen to Boom. See what he has to say. I talk to the community. That's the maggots. And of course, channel members and everybody else, they reach out to me, or even just anybody. What's up, Boom Chow? How you doing, buddy? And then like everybody comes out, and then they say, I'm like, hey man, what do you think about this? And they're like, oh Mag, you got to check out this game. Or oh man, this game looks, Mag, you got to check out this game. It looks good, or whatever. And I'll go and I'll check it out, and I'll be like, all right, cool. So then I compartmentalize that. And then I look at the history of the studio. Am I going to like this? I know it sounds ridiculous. It sounds like I'm way overanalyzing this shit, okay? But let me tell you something. I'm not overanalyzing it. I'll tell you why. Because games here in Canada are $100 now. Danny Passion's in the house. $100 a game. That is not just some willy-nilly bullshit that I could just be like, we'll see how it goes. $100? Are you mad? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. So that's what I do. I listen to, of course, myself, and then, of course, I reach out to everybody else, and I see what's going on, and then I make the leap, or I don't make the leap, or I just kind of pull back. And the other reason why I pull back is that, why do you think gave me the inspiration, by the way, everybody? What do you think gave me the inspiration to do my marinated reviews? Because what ends up happening is people get all caught up in that hype in the first 72 hours of a game launch. Oh! And then all of a sudden, 2 weeks later, no one's playing the game anymore. And then I'm like, what happened? I've been seeing that go on for years. And I'm like, what happened? And they're like, it wasn't as good as we thought it was. The longevity of the game isn't good. The game sucks. I'm like, all you fucking cucks were out there having parades about this game, and now you're saying it's shit? And that's what actually inspired me to start doing marinated reviews. And that's why I wait a month. I don't care about like the whatever. It's like these reviewers, they get the code, and all of a sudden they're like, I gotta finish the game in 36 hours and then write a half-assed review with a bunch of spelling mistakes and grammar mistakes, but I'm gonna do it anyway. You're not getting an accurate representation of what that game is. You're not. You're not getting an accurate representation of the game. Because what happens is 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, whatever, the truth always comes out and rears its ugly head. And so therefore, or its pretty head, because some games get better after time. Look at Arc Raiders. Rated well, did well with the community, whatever, but it's gaining popularity not only with the players, but also in the rating scores. The trajectory keeps going up. And why is that? Because the experience is, a video game experience. It's an interactive experience. It's organic experience. And as a result of it being an organic experience, something that either grows or dies, right? There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's why I wait. I don't just jump on it and throw $100 like I'm at the strip club. There you go. Twerk for me. You know what I'm saying? No. That's why I wait. So that's why, long story longer, Emperor Hound, I no longer use Game Pass, not for almost $40. I don't use that as a try before I buy anymore. I'm happy to wait. I'm a patient gamer. Now, it's a little different if you get gifted games. Like, for example, like on this channel here, I get gifted games all the time. My dear friend, Grumpy Old Fart. I know he doesn't want to be singled out. He said it's part of the community, but, he says we're all doing this as a community. We get you these games because they want to see me play them on the channel, and of course, they want to watch them and stuff like that, and it's great. It's wonderful. I appreciate all that stuff. And so that's a little different. So those games, like, for example, I've already got gifted Resident Evil Requiem, and I've already got 007. I'll be playing those day one. And, of course, like I said, once again, those were gifted, and we are going to sit down, and we're going to play those games to completion right here on this channel. Desert Cruiser's right. Game Pass is beneficial for streamers. Yeah, you're not wrong, dude. You're not wrong. Emperor Hound, yep, that's actually a good point. That's a really good point. For a streamer, that's a gold mine, bro. That's a gold mine, bro. There's an endless amount of games that a streamer can pick off of Game Pass and just roll with that. And for that price, a hell of a lot cheaper than like having to buy, let's say, 4 or 5 games a month at full price for some of these streamers. That's ridiculous. But when the streamers get bigger, let's also not fool ourselves. When the streamers get bigger, the majority of their games are handed to them for free. Right? So there is that. So as soon as you get past a certain threshold, These companies just throw codes at them like candy, like Santa Claus throwing candy canes at the Santa Claus parade. Hey, here you go. Here's a code. Here's a code. Here's a code. You know what I mean? They're doing that too. So a lot of the bigger streamers, once they hit that threshold, they don't need Game Pass anymore. They're getting all this shit for free. It's like some of these guys, you know, I'm not going to call anybody out because, you know, but I'm just saying, like, I like doing that in this channel. Unless it's something like majorly positive. But, you know, I was watching all those reviews for like a lot of hardware and stuff like that. And I'm like, I trust some of them. And I mean, these are not like friends of mine. I'm just talking about people I watch on YouTube. And I look at them side-eyed because they got the shit for free. And it's like really easy to talk about something that was handed to you for free. You didn't have to buy it. You know what I mean? So, like, you look at something like that, I'm like, I don't know, dude. They gave it to you for free. You've got 1 million plus subs and this and that or whatever. I don't know. Skill Up does not get free codes. I just like to point that out. He buys all his games on his own, and he never releases the review on the release date. It's always like a little bit after because he buys them. Interesting side note. Either does ACG, by the way. ACG, same thing. He buys all his games. He does not get free codes. I'm sure they try to send him free codes. He probably gives them away, would be my guess. And I've done a couple of shows with ACG. He's a great guy. You know? Boom Chow in the chat saying, Monitors Unboxed is my favorite. Hey, there you go. Everybody's got their favorite, man. Bobby, we're going to get to the developer direct very shortly. So, before we do that, there was an update about Elder Scrolls 6. Did you guys hear about it? Todd Howard had a little talk about it. He said it's progressing very well. Long story short, progressing very well. Which is good. Good to hear. I don't know what that means. It's been 14 years since Skyrim, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, there you go. STO saying he takes the codes, but buys and donates a copy. There you go. See? That's how you do it. Everybody gives Ion Storm some love in that chat, man. He's a good dude. And he needs our support right now. It's all good, Meat Puppet. How you doing, buddy? Neil, what's up? Neil B, you're absolutely correct. He's saying when the Magnus is launched, with the ability to access PC game stores, Game Pass will have some serious competition. Sure, because if you look at something like Steam, Steam has sales that, like, they're phenomenal. And, like, especially when they do some of those, like, the summer Steam sales or the spring Steam sales, whatever the hell it is. And then they put, like, a bunch of those, like, games that you would be able to get on Game Pass. You can get them for a couple bucks. Right? So, you know, I don't know how this whole thing... Listen, I don't know how this whole thing's going to work. I could speculate from now until the fall of 2027. We could absolutely do that. But we don't know until they sit down and give us a clear, concise message. The problem with Microsoft is that they are not very good at clear and concise messaging. They are absolute shit when it comes to clear and concise messaging. So that is a massive problem. I just like to point that out. They're not very good at messaging. In fact, when they released the ROG Xbox Ally X, it was Asus who actually had the better messaging, and they just said, here it is, this is what it does, and fuck off. And they did it fantastically. And I'm like, Microsoft, can you take some notes from Asus here? They released a product with your name on it, and they did a better job of messaging in that one product, the ROG Xbox Ally X. They did better work with the messaging of that system than you guys have done for the last 10 friggin' years. Since 2013 when the shit show started. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean shit show. I don't mean it's been a shit show the whole time. I'm just saying, like, when they're mixed messaging, the problems. You remember all the crap? I mean, we don't have to recycle all that stuff. Not here to doom and gloom all that bullshit. Let's get back to Elder Scrolls. So, Todd Howard was talking about Elder Scrolls. He says the majority of the team are working on Elder Scrolls. However, he says there's overlap. Some of the team are still working on Starfield with updates and all kinds of other stuff, maybe some new expansions, and of course, a PlayStation 5 version of the game coming out God knows when. It was supposed to come out last year, but still nothing. But either way, it's still going to come. So they've got some teams working on that stuff. And then the majority of them are full-time on Elder Scrolls 6, which is wonderful to hear. That is wonderful to hear. Now, that doesn't mean anything to me because Todd Howard might take another 5 years to make the bloody thing, but it's not going to take that long. I'll tell you that right now. It's not going to take that long. I know someone who's already seen it. Anyways, I'm not going to talk about that. I shouldn't talk about that. However, I do know someone who actually seen a build of like a little snippet of like a mission. It was a test. Just like, okay, well, here's a little side mission. We're going to have to go talk to this dude and then walk over here and go over here or something like that. I don't know. It was very vague and I didn't want to really, and that's why I didn't make a video about it. I don't talk about that. Listen, you guys already know this by now. I am metamorphosizing my persona online. I will talk about certain things here and there or whatever, but I stopped making videos about insider stuff and this and that because you know what? When it's wrong, it's not worth the smoke, man. You know, because not everything's going to be accurate. I'll tell you right now, the Game Awards, I was told from not one, but two people who are actually very well versed on the inside, who are rub elbows with all the big guns, said that stone at the Game Awards was for a Japanese IP. Both of them said that. Sometimes shit doesn't work out. So imagine I made a video about that. I'd be crucified. I'd be crucified for that. So what's the point? There's no point in doing that shit. However, so Todd Howard was talking about that. Now, I do take a little bit of issue with, his name is, this is a tough one. This is an Italian name. Pagliarulo. Emil. Actually, he might be Spanish. But Spanish and Italian is so close. His name is Emil Pagliarulo. He is the studio design director. And he said something that I wasn't really actually didn't like what he said. And I'll read it to you. I'm going to read it to you verbatim, okay? Verbatim. He gave his take on the game taking as long as it is, claiming that, quote, here's the quote, "The time pressure that players put on us, we don't put on ourselves." You don't say, bro. It took you 25 years to make Starfield. We don't put on ourselves, which he acknowledges, quote, can be frustrating for gamers who are dying to play a game. He referenced the recent delay of Grand Theft Auto 6 as an example of how games take a long time to develop, particularly ones of the size that Rockstar and Bethesda are creating. Fair. He asks a few important questions for players to consider. What do fans really want? Do they want a game that comes out before it should and doesn't meet their expectations? Or do they want the turkey that is in the oven for long enough to be delicious when it finally comes out of the oven, you know? After, he reiterated that Bethesda will take all the time it needs until The Elder Scrolls 6 is the game everyone wants it to be. I agree with the statement. You don't want a shit game to come out, right? You know the famous quote. You guys all know the famous quote from the guy from Nintendo about a delayed game, you know, whatever. And then I always forget the full quote. He says, "But a bad or whatever, but an incomplete game or whatever game is forever," that kind of thing. Whatever the quote is. Either way, it was a good quote. But the point is he's not wrong. However, I took issue with the way he said it. I know that sounds really kind of what when he says this, and I'm going to read it again. The time pressure that players put on us, we don't put on ourselves. It's like, okay, dude, it's okay to say that. It's okay to say that because he's not wrong. You want to do the job properly and you want to do it right. But here's the question. Where do you draw the line? When you teased at E3, which has been canceled for several years, in 2018, 7 fucking years ago, you teased The Elder Scrolls 6, and then you come up with a line and saying, the time pressure that players put on us, we don't put on ourselves. Well, no shit, bro. You teased it 7 years ago. And you're nowhere near done. There comes a point where there has to be some kind of an accountability when it comes to announcing a title. That's the way I see it. You can't tease Elder Scrolls 6 in E3 2018 and 7 years later you have literally nothing to show. Do I have to bring up the initiative? Do I have to bring up Rockstar? Well, Rockstar, a little different, but Rockstar actually had something to show. They showed an actual trailer. They showed just the tiniest bit of gameplay. They've delayed the game twice, but I mean, that's old news for Rockstar. What are we talking about? It's Rockstar. They do that all the time. Every release, it's the same thing. It gets delayed minimum 2 times, right? That's always that's the drill. So I kind of take a little issue with what he said there in regards to that because, like I said, he's right. You want to take the time to make the game proper and everything else, and you don't want the constraints of pressure and time and be like, oh yeah. But Jesus Christ, dude, when is enough enough? Because what's going to start to happen is it's not Phil Spencer or Booty Cheeks or Sarah Bond that's going to be busting your balls. It's the people that are the bosses of them that are going to start busting balls. And they're going to say, dude, 500 staff members, 7 years. You know what I mean? They're going to do, guys, the Italian thing. Look. See this? Look. They're going to start doing the Italian hands. Ma, what the fuck? What are you doing over there? You're costing us a fortune in labor. That's what's killing them, right? Imagine paying hundreds of people 6-figure salaries for 7 years and you didn't release a product. Now, they did release Starfield. I get that. I'm talking specifically about people that are working on Elder Scrolls. That's going to have to pay off in dividends. Like, it's going to have to. Now, the thing is, people can say, well, what about Rockstar? Well, Rockstar has been making billions of dollars on GTA Online. Not the same story. Not the same example. You can't do that. Can't say that. You can't do that. Because Rockstar, and that's why it took so bloody long to get GTA 6, is because they're making so much money on GTA Online, people buying shark cards and all that other stuff. They don't need to release a game. They've been riding that wave for a decade. You see what I'm getting at? So it's not the same story. So I'm saying at some point, there's going to be a breaking point. And we've already seen that earlier this year, what happened with Microsoft when they did when they started laying people off, canceling games, Perfect Dark being an example. They cut ties with Contraband. Sorry, I couldn't remember the name. Contraband, stuff like that, right? There's going to be a point of accountability. So when I hear a thing like that, when you get the CFO is going to sit there and go, yeah, dude, you can make a statement like that saying, the time pressure that players put on us, we don't put on ourselves. They're going to be like, yeah, bro, but that patience is going to run out at some point. Because then when the big dogs come for their cash, they're going to be like, what are we talking about here? Mr. Santop, I started 45 minutes early tonight. Sorry. Oh, I'm sure. You know what? Elder Scrolls Online absolutely makes money. You're right. You know what? I'll bend the knee to that. You're right. It does. And Starfield made some money. Made them money as well. I don't know how much money. They don't talk about that stuff, but it made them money as well. It did well. Right? In sales and stuff like that. But we're talking about Elder Scrolls specifically. You teased it 7 years ago, and you don't have anything to show. And there's no chance the game's going to be canceled because they know right off the bat. I'll tell you right now, Elder Scrolls will sell 15 to 20 million copies, no problem. It will. It will get money. But what's the breaking point? I'm asking the question. I'm not making a statement here. I'm asking a question. What's the breaking point for some of these companies? Because I think that some of these guys that work for these companies are a little disillusioned as to how the finances work. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, Bethesda is no longer on their own. They're owned by Microsoft. And Microsoft, they've been putting the pinch, on the Xbox division, and they're like, hey guys. So I think at some point pressure will be put on them, is what I'm getting at. Pressure will be put on them, and it won't be from the fans. I mean, the fans will always do that. That's not a question. But I'm saying there's going to be pressure from up above, and they're going to be like, guys, you got 2 years to get this shit out. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts. You think Amy Hood and like Satya Nadella play games? They don't give a fuck about the community. They're like, you got 2 years. Get it done. You've had 7. We're approaching a decade now. Get it out the door. So, you know what I mean? These are things to think about, guys. I'm just saying, these are just things to think about. It's just something to think about. And they're important to think about. Because it will affect future future projects moving forward. It's important to think about. Yeah, Todd Howard works for Xbox. Yes, he does. But who owns Xbox? Right? Hey, El Nini, what's up, buddy? I didn't even realize that was you saying it. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, Todd Howard works for Xbox, but who owns Xbox? And who do they have to answer to? They have to answer to Amy Hood. Right? And they have to answer to Satya Nadella. There's always a bigger fish. Qui-Gon Jinn, 1999. There's always a bigger fish. So, anyways, that's all I had about the Elder Scrolls. At least there was an update. I'll give them that. I'm expecting to see that game in my guess, I think 2 or 3 more years. What do you guys think in the chat? You guys put in the chat, put 2 or 3. I don't think it'll be any later than 28. So I'm guessing, obviously not 26, nowhere close. But I'm guessing either at the end of 27 or 28. What do you guys say? You want to say, put a 2 or a 3 in the chat. El Nini, Amy in the Hood, yeah. Golden Souk. Holy shit. Listen to that, folks. Golden Souk said, Bethesda first announced Elder Scrolls 6 2 years before Microsoft purchased ZeniMax. All right, I'm seeing some 20. I see a 27 in the chat. Couple 27s. Couple 27. Nobody. By the way, nobody in the chat. I made my wife watch Nobody 2. She adored it. But I mean, we loved Nobody 1. Great movies. Oh, Cyber Gunter's going wild. He's saying 4. Unreal. Fuzzy Tomato saying at 27. Okay, so it's pretty down the middle, I'm going to say. Some people are saying 27. Some people are saying 28. And it's pretty close. It's pretty close. I should have done a poll, but, you know, not really that interested. But I thought it was an interesting thing to talk about. It was interesting that Cyber Gunter's going 2030. Grumpy Old Fart is saying it's going to be a Project Mag launch title. Oof. Can you imagine that? That'd be fantastic. Can you imagine that with the new Matt Collins saying 28? Great Wah. How you doing, buddy? He's saying he hopes it's 27. Nobody says, I love Ghost of Tsushima. I'm almost in Act 3. Oh, you're in for a treat, dude. It is a fantastic game. Neil is saying it'll be delayed another year. Yeah. So now my question is this. Do they start branching off a team once they get over the hump of development for Elder Scrolls 6? Do they start putting a team on Fallout 5? Because I could tell you right now, I don't think you're going to see a new Fallout game until the 2030s. That I can almost guarantee at this point. Unless, of course, a completely separate team starts working on it, but it's never going to happen because that's their thing, right? It's their thing. And I'm not talking about the offshoots. I'm talking about the mainline title games. I mean, that's their thing. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see, guys. It'll be interesting to see. So anyways, that's Fallout. That's the Elder Scrolls news I got for you. At least there was some semblance of movement. And of course, now that they've announced that the majority of the team is working on the title, which is fantastic. That's fantastic. So that's great. Now we're going to talk about some funny. Yeah, nobody. I think Fallout 5 is in pre-production. Yeah, they're probably doing storyboards and all that kind of stuff, but I don't think they're doing anything other than that. Not at this point. Me, Puppa, we're going to talk about Star Wars right now. Isn't it remarkable? Let's move on to the next topic here. And then we're going to talk about Call of Duty after because I got some big news there. Star Wars in the video game universe is outdoing Disney like mad. They're destroying them. The video games have been very good, in my opinion. Very good. From the Lego Star Wars games to the Jedi Fallen Order Survivor game, and of course they got a third one on the way, which Zampella's working on. Great. Now we've got Fate of the Old Republic. We got the Galactic Racer. What are we talking about here? That's exciting. That's exciting. The Galactic Racer, first of all, I'm all in. I don't know what you guys thought about that trailer from the Game Awards. I'm all in. And I'll tell you why. 1999 into 2000, 2001, when they had the Pod Racer in the arcades. And then, of course, they had the Pod Racer game on PC, which I played on my dad's PC. Because I didn't have a PC in those days. My dad had a PC, and I remember like getting a copy of that. And I was playing that. Those games were so good. They were so fun. Noisy Mofo, what am I ignoring? Write something, whatever it is. The chat moved up fast enough I couldn't see what you had to say. Noisy Mofo, write it again, whatever it is. I'm not ignoring you. Star Wars Battlefront 1 and 2. I mean, Battlefront 2 had its issues with like the pay to win and all that kind of stuff. We understand all that. But the game itself was very good. And of course, all the after launch updates that they did for literally years. Incredible game by the end of it all. An absolute love letter to the saga. And then I loved Battlefront 1. I played that game to death. It's a new lap record. That's right, D. Anyways, I love the Pod Racer game. I loved that game. Remember that, guys? Remember the episode, Star Wars Episode 1 game with Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon? You're like running around. It was like a little bit of it wasn't isometric, but it was sort of like that. Like the camera was pulled back a little bit, and it was sort of like looking down on him a little bit. And you go around. Oh god, that game was so good too. But either way, we're talking about the Pod Racer game. I love the Pod Racer game. I played that thing to death. I couldn't stop playing it. I loved it. I mean, I'm a racing fan anyway. I enjoy racing games for what it is. But the Pod Racer games, it really felt like you were part of it. And then when you played the arcade one, you remember the arcade one? They had the big pod, and you hammer the two things like Anakin, and like bang, and you just go flying in the. It was awesome. So when I saw that trailer going on, and I saw the Pod Racers, Tatooine, some ice planet kind of looked like Hoth, not really 100% sure. And then of course, how could we ever forget Sebulba? They showed old man Sebulba with the beard. Of course, I could do my Sebulba voice. And yes, I do speak Huttese. Come on. What are we talking about here? Just because Disney screwed up Star Wars doesn't mean I wasn't a monster Star Wars fan up until The Last Jedi. All right, season 1 and 2 of Mandalorian were good. After that, The Acolyte, there was one good thing in The Acolyte. And I watched The Acolyte. The only good thing in The Acolyte was when Squid Game there had the lightsaber duel with the Asian Sith guy. That was cool. That lightsaber fight was dope. Because Squid Game had some skill, man. That guy's got some martial arts skill. He reminded me of like Qui-Gon Jinn with a little bit more kung fu vibe to it. That was awesome. That lightsaber duel that was literally the only good thing in that entire series was when Squid Game had the lightsaber duel with the Sith Lord. That was dope. Obi-Wan Kenobi I enjoyed as well. There were a lot of moments where I'm like, what is happening here? Who's that? You know what I mean? Or who's this? Why is Leia there? And if so, why did Leia never talk about the off-world adventures she had with Obi-Wan? You don't think that ever would have come up in conversation? The Great Wall, the GoFundMe is going to be active for at least a week, maybe 2. Until we hit the goal. Until we hit the goal, one way or another. Of course, I reached out to family and stuff and friends and whatever on top of the gaming world and all the maggots out there. So anyways, we saw Old Man Sebulba. That's awesome. Bona chuna, bona panta pudu. Domane chuda. Trying to do my Sebulba voice for you guys. I'll make it real deep. Bona te chuda. Panisoma panta pudu. How's that? Is that all right for Sabalba? Sabalba was a dope-ass character, man. He was awesome. Yeah, so anyways, Sabalba's in the game. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, Bantha Poodoo. Yeah, that's Bantha fodder, which basically literally means Bantha shit. And of course, Banthas are the giant elephant things that the Tusken Raiders / Sand People, they ride in the deserts of Tatooine, right? So, yeah. Anyway, so Sabalba's in the game, and I'm like, yes, give me that. Give me all of that. And then you know what you do? When you launch the game, do some DLC characters after. Get Anakin Skywalker in there with his pod racer. I know that Jake Lloyd was annoying in Star Wars Episode 1, whatever. But you know what? The pod racing scene was dope, man. He had his moments. The kid had his moments, man. Ronnie Anderson. Oh my god. So yeah. I'm all in for Galactic Racer, and that's coming out, I'd like to say this year, because I consider 2025 to basically be over at this point. I mean, come on, guys, we're barely a couple of weeks away. So we're going to have to call it, like, basically done, right? So that being the case, it's sometime in 2026 we're getting this pod racer. I'm all in. And of course it's not called pod racer, it's called Galactic Racer, because there are other vehicles that you can utilize in there. There's also like the speeders, like the land speeders and shit like that. So I'm like, all right, I'm in, man. I'm in 100%. This is great. So yeah, I'm all in. Now, Fate of the Old Republic, very interesting little thing, of course. Casey Hudson did say, I hear the people talking about 2030 and beyond. I assure you it is coming out before then. I'm not getting any younger. So, I think at this point, he's opened up the window that it's coming out in the next 3 or 4 years. I don't expect to see it in 2 years. No chance. So, it'll either be 28 or it's going to be 29. Nobody says I was so happy to see Galactic Racer. Absolutely, dude. I was 100% in, man. I can't wait to get my hands on that game. 78 Inc., you're saying 2028? Yeah, I would say earliest 2028. That'll buy them another 3 years. Now, we also don't know how long Casey Hudson's been working on the game, because it was such a shock to everybody. I mean, the dude could have been working on the game for 2 years already. So it could be like at least a year or two in an active development. We don't know. Fuzzy Tomato saying, I don't believe him. Fair enough. So I would say no earlier than 28. So either 28, guaranteed 29. Now, the interesting thing is, if you look at a release cadence of between 28 and 29, that is where Zampella is going to be releasing the third Jedi game. What the frig? Are you guys excited? Like, that's going to be a great time for Star Wars games. You're going to get the third Jedi game from Zampella. And then you're going to get this new Fate of the Old Republic. Dude. Yeah, comment of the night so far. Glinzer says 2029, it's going to be Weight of the Old Republic. Yep, absolutely, dude. Weight of the Old Republic. How can I argue with that? So, yeah, so that's what's going on with those two Star Wars games. Amazing. I'm not going to rehash all the Game Awards because everybody's done it to death. I just wanted to talk about some of the highlights. Resident Evil, you know what's happening here on this channel, folks. It's day one. And then, of course, Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider is going to be a big one, too. And, of course, Tomb Raider, The Fate of Atlantis is, or whatever the hell it's called, coming out in 2026. We don't know exactly. But I would imagine, seeing that the anniversary is on October 25th, and October 25th, 1996 is when the game released, that will be the 30th anniversary. I think they would release it on that day. That makes sense. Grandpa Barbecue, you are presenting me with madness right now. My goodness. Magnum, finally, a moderator showed up to the chat. Where you been? Grandpa Barbecue says, what if Fate of the Old Republic only comes out that early because they use 70% AI? Will you buy and play that if that's the case?
You shall not pass!
I don't know. It's not going to happen, man. There's too much pushback. You guys see the pushback that's going on with Divinity right now? Anybody see all that business that's going on with Divinity? we got the situation with Divinity where the community are attacking the head of the studio because they were talking about how they're utilizing AI for some of the concept art and stuff. It's funny. Some of the stuff I talked about, by the way, on XNC, saying that people are going to be losing their jobs, especially like concept artists and things like that. And then, of course, the CEO, he says, oh, no. We're just using it as a tool. We still have concept artists and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but how many? How many? I know, Magnum. I'm just busting your chops. But how many? You know what I mean? How many did you fire? How many did you keep? Did you keep one and then you fired 5? Right? Because now you're using AI for concept art and some early like phase work and stuff like that. It'd be like, okay, they go to the AI and they're like, all right, present a scenario. Dude runs over here, dragon comes out of the wall, shoots fire. The player has to do this, this, and this. Right? So then they're like, all right, AI, do that shit. And then in like a matter of like 1 minute, the AI presents a 3D rendering of that. It would take a dude like 3 days to do that, right? So that's they're not saying they're not using it, and they are saying they're using it. They're openly saying, no, we're using AI. However, what they are doing is now they're fighting off the crowds because crowds are starting to say, how much AI are you guys using that game? So it's interesting. Yeah, Big Boy Barry, absolutely. If you're old enough to remember, folks, it's Photoshop all over again. Jeffrey's saying, Mag, I'm so glad I listened to you for Black Friday. What did you get? Oh, he picked up Outlaws for $20. That's what I'm talking about. And Jeffrey's saying, it's nice. For the money, Mag. Absolutely, man. I'm telling you right now, I love the hell out of Star Wars Outlaws. I put in 100 hours in that game. And if you're a fan of the original trilogy Star Wars, it is chef's kiss, man. It's right there. It's right there. It's literally in between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. And I had mentioned it before. You could walk into Jabba's palace. There's Jabba. There's Bib Fortuna just chilling. Salacious Crumb is like right there at his feet. The droids aren't even there yet because Luke Skywalker hasn't brought the droids to Jabba's palace as part of the rescue of Han Solo. And then, of course, you can walk past Jabba. You see other bounty hunters and shit like that. And then you go up and there's Han Solo. There's Han Solo still in the carbonite. It's got the cool lighting effects. And like you see like the grates up above the metal grates and the light coming through. And then you see the steam. You see like the steam or mist coming off of the carbonite and stuff. Man, it's amazing. And the game is great. I loved it. I really, really loved it. Once you get into it, it's really great. So anyways, Star Wars, making a big comeback in the gaming scene. I know Mandalorian and Grogu's coming out in the summertime. Interesting. Probably going to go see it. No, I'm going to go see it. I have to go see it. It's part of the tradition. I've been doing this for literally decades. Whenever a Star Wars movie comes out, I got to go see it. Got to go with the G5. Now, the G5, by the way, is a group of friends that I have. We created. You know, like the G7 Summit? All the world leaders? I have one. I have one I'm part of. It's called the G5. It's myself, my 2 brothers, my cousin, the Doctor. You guys know the Doctor. He's in the chat sometimes. He's part of the G5. He was hanging out with myself and Noof Nukem when we went to Niagara Falls, if you watch that live feed. And then, of course, our other friend, Ryan. And we are the G5. And we go see every Star Wars movie. This has been going on since the 90s. I'm not kidding. It's been 30 plus years we've been doing this because we went to even go see the not the remakes, the special editions of the original trilogy that Lucas released before Episode 1 came out because he needed the money. He didn't need the money, but he wanted the money to fund the prequel trilogy. We went to the movie theaters to go see that, so we've been doing that. I actually saw Empire Strikes Back in 1982 in the movie theater with my uncle, the Doctor's father, as a matter of fact. My uncle took me to the mall to go see Empire Strikes Back in the movie theater 43 years ago. So I've been seeing every Star Wars movie in the theater since, right? So I gotta go. I gotta go see Mandalorian and Grogu. What am I supposed to do? Even if the movie's a 2 out of 10, I gotta go because it's tradition. I can't stop the tradition now. Josh Duckwall. What's up, buddy? He's saying tonight for Fallout Season 2, Episode 1. Wow. It is tonight. I want to read something real nice that Neil said in the chat here. He says, amazing podcast, Mag. Happy holidays to you, your wonderful family, friends, and this amazing chat. May God bless all of you. Thank you so much, Neil. I appreciate you, brother. What's up, Joel? How'd you do? Did you watch Andor? I did. It is fundamentally a great show, just very slow. But the story is good. But it's just presented in such a slow fashion that I was just like, I get it. Like I'm not I'm not an idiot. Like I can watch slow material if it's good writing and good, well acted and everything else. And it was. It just seemed like it was dragging a little too much. I think that Andor actually would have made a great movie, to be quite honest. Just my thought. David Merrifield drops £5. British pounds. A British soul is a mighty pound. Yes, thank you, David Merrifield. That is proper money right there, my friend. I appreciate you. He says, hi, Mag. Great cause. Best wishes. Thank you so much. And by the way, I just want to remind everybody, now that we're an hour and 45 minutes into the show, that if you look at the pinned chat at the very top, that's mine. That's the link for the GoFundMe for Emily's house. That is for the Children's Hospice here in Toronto. For children who are either need respite care, even just for a short period of time. However, the majority of the place is for children to live out the remainder of their days with their families. So I will again talk about that. I will address that. So yes, Emily's house is a place. My cousin passed away there, and I went down there to see him. Obviously not once, but more than a couple times. We went down there to go see him, and of course my aunt and uncle and my cousins were there as well. And they have the way that they designed the place. I'm sure I know Ronald McDonald House has the same idea where they have like a room built to the side of the hospital room, so to speak. And what they do is that the families can live there. They have beds and TVs and all that stuff, and they live there so that the child has a semblance of home, right? Their parents are always there. They live there. They sleep there. And, of course, they get 24-hour care as they approach the end of their life. And the place itself is just magical, man. It's magical. Like, even just walking around. It's heartbreaking as all hell, but it is magical. They got beautiful kitchen there. Everybody chips in and cooks and has, like, theme nights and all that stuff. And they have big screen TVs upstairs and a toy room and all kinds of activities for the kids. They have all the consoles donated by either people or the companies themselves. Xboxes, PlayStations, Switches, whatever. And the kids get to play video games with each other and just get to be kids, man. They just get to be kids. Even if it's just for a short while, man. Even if it's just for a short while. And the reason why, not only just for the personal reason of because I lost a family member there and had to bury him, is that at his young age, is that seeing all those other kids there and seeing all the other parents and everything else. If you actually go to the GoFundMe, I posted a video there of the parents saying thank you. And it's hard, man. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how the people that, never mind the parents. That is the parents' absolute worst nightmare. But even just the people that work there, I don't know how they do it. I have strength. I've dealt with shit. I've worked, not anymore, in a very hard industry for damn near 3 decades. I am one of the only last surviving people. I'm not even just saying that. Actual surviving last people. Never mind that. Maybe like 3 people that I know, myself included, myself and 2 other dudes, are the only ones who lasted this long in that business. It was the hardest business I've ever been in. The hardest job I've ever had to do in my life, being in the hospitality business, restaurant business. It's just crazy. And seeing all that stuff. But seeing what these people do there, I look at what I do and what I was doing and me bitching, and you see what these people have to deal with day in and day out. I don't know where they get the fortitude from, man. The strength to do that is remarkable beyond words. Remarkable beyond words. And I commend them for that. And that's why we're doing this charity tonight. In my cousin's honor and the honor of all those children that are there. Not getting that fair shake at life. Watching the devastation of their parents just seeing the complete and utter heartbreak and you could see their souls are crushed. And it's something I would never wish on my worst enemy. It is horrifying. And I said it at the beginning of the show. When I would go there, sometimes I could only last a few minutes, and I would just have to go to the parking lot. And I just have to go to the park. I would literally go to the parking lot and just break down, just crying. This guy, I just can't handle it. I just can't handle it. Not even just because my family member, but also because of the other kids you see there and stuff. And it's unreal, man. And I vowed 5 years ago when I started YouTube, I said one day when I eventually decide to start my own channel and do my own thing, I am going to make sure that at least once a year, I will dedicate a fundraiser for Emily's house, and I will do that for the rest of my days. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts. I will continue to do this. So, there it is. So anyways, there's my spiel, folks. That's what's going on. That's what's happening. That's why we're doing the fundraiser tonight. And anybody who has been sending in super chats, I did mention as well. I said to people, I said, listen, you don't have to send super chats tonight. Don't bother. Or even channel members, I said, just donate to the GoFundMe. It won't cost you anything extra. Send the money there. However, if you did, I will graciously take those super chats and I will put them towards the donation. And I will personally take the 30% hit that YouTube sends to me, because YouTube takes 30% of the super chats, right? So I will happily take the 30% hit on those super chats, and I will top up the fund myself. All right? So there's that. David Merrifield, again, thank you for those £5 super chat. And he says, hi, Mag, great cause, best wishes. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, brother. Arrow Nation says something that's really touching, man. Dreadpool, how you doing, buddy? That's my friend Dreadpool, man. Love you, dude. Talos Ray's in the chat. Eddie Garcia, how you doing, buddy? Zay Birdman is here. How are you? Arrow Nation says something. He says at the Mag, you said it last week, and it deems being reiterated. You're building something bigger than yourself, and it shows. I sure as fuck am. This is not a vanity project, folks. This is not so that I can walk around and be like, look at me, I'm famous, or some stupid shit like that. No, man, we're building something big here. We're going to build something huge here, and it's the strongest foundation out of anybody on YouTube. I can tell you that right now. And the maggots are doing that. I'm doing that. We're doing that together. And we're going to build the strongest foundation that you can get out there, that something that this fortress will never be shattered. And then we are going to build this bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's not just for me. It's not just for you. We're doing this for all of us. We're going to do this together. And I don't just mean this charity. I don't mean this channel. I mean all of it. This is a lifestyle at this point, man. This is a lifestyle. And right now, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. At least for now. That's what I'm doing for my living. I'm doing this. I'm sure you have questions. You know, I will be a lot more upfront about it later on in the future when I'll talk about what's going on. But I can't talk about that stuff now. However, I'm sure you see by all the content I put out, and you'll be like, how the hell does this guy have time to do all that shit? Well, there's a reason for that. So, we'll get into that another time. But there's nothing I would want more than to be this my full-time career. And it will be one day. It will be one day. I just don't know when, but it will be one day. 100% will be my full-time career. But again, this is not a vanity project. We're going to be helping other people. We're going to be helping our followers, our community. We're all going to be helping each other, man. People reach out to me all the time with you know, if they got problems, issues, even like they got no one to talk to, mental health issues. We're going to talk about all that shit. And we're going to be strong together as a community. And we're going to keep growing. This army is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. I promise you. And of course, the content from a scumbag like me, I mean, that's going to keep coming, folks. Come on. That's never going to stop. Never going to stop. Never going to stop. And thank you guys all for the donations, the super chats, everything else. All of that stuff is going directly there. And even, like I said, even if you super chatted, I will make sure I send that money over there. That's all going to go to the charity. I'm taking nothing for myself. Nothing for the whole damn week. That's all going to them. I'm doing another stream Friday, folks. We're going to do another stream Friday. We'll have another little talk. And by the way, channel members, any channel members that showed up late today, I just like to reiterate that tomorrow night at 7 p.m., we will have a channel members only meeting on YouTube. It is completely private. No one's going to be there except for us, just the channel members. And it's not a podcast. We're just going to sit there and talk. And I want your feedback as to what you want to see with the Discord, with the channel members only Discord. There's going to be Kit is taking over as the moderator of Discord for me. And he will be sprucing it up, making it better. He's going to make it amazing. The guy is a wizard with Discord, so he's going to take care of that. But we're going to talk about that. I want to know your feedback. On top of that, I also want to know your feedback as to what you guys want to see for my next cooking video that I'm going to be dropping the week after Christmas. I'm leaving it in your hands. So I'm going to put it up there and be like, what do you guys want to see? And then I will put it together. Of course, channel members, you guys all get access to those before anybody else does. Those are member exclusive. So tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, members only meeting right here on this channel on YouTube. So I'll be out there, and then we'll just talk and shoot the shit. All right? What's up, Dark Cloud? How you doing, buddy? Dreadpool's putting the eyes. Dreadpool's putting the eyes. Oh, Dreado, man. I'm glad to see you're back in action, dude. I'm glad to see you around again. It's awesome. I'm super happy about that. Because you disappeared for like 2 years, man. And I'm just like, where is this guy? I liked him. And his wife is cool as shit, too, man. His wife is great. Thank you, McLovin. I appreciate you, buddy. He says, thank you for doing this as someone who watched my grandpa go from healthy as an ox to get diagnosed with lung cancer and go through all of that and till he passed. It means a lot. Yes, thank you, man. I appreciate that. And this is what we do. This is what we do here. But this week, we're helping children. That's what we're going to do. They are, I don't want to sound like Whitney Houston, but they are our future for real. And to see their futures being taken away from them, there is nothing more heartbreaking to me in the entire world. I can't deal with it. You guys want to hear something really messed up? There's a movie called The Northman. You guys know this movie? It's a Viking movie. You know I turned it off after 5 minutes? And it's supposed to be an amazing movie. Because the opening shot, they kill children. And I said, fuck that. Turn that shit right off. I turned the movie right. I'm like, nope, fuck that. You're done. You're done. You're done. Turned it right off. Children is my kryptonite when it comes to their well-being. I should say that all in one sentence. Fuck. Yeah. Skarsgård is the man. Yeah, man. Alex, we're going to talk about that later. We're going to talk about that a little later. I know we're already at the 2-hour mark, but I'm going to take a break in a minute, and then I'm going to come right back. We're going to have some more things to talk about. We will talk about the Developer Direct. I'm not underestimating it, Alex. I'm not. I'm also going to be giving away in about 5 minutes. Not 5 minutes. Let's say in about half an hour. In about half an hour, I'm going to be dropping, courtesy of Alex, by the way. Shout out to him. I have it's a US only, unfortunately, because, hey, I know we have international audience here, but there's a lot of Americans here. I have a US Xbox code for the full game for Battlefield 6. Going to be giving that away, folks. Battlefield 6. I'll be giving that away. It's for Xbox, and it's a US code. In the new year, in 2026, I will be dropping random codes here and there whenever out to the community and stuff like that, and I will put that out there. So, and they will be universal codes. I'll make sure that they're universal codes so that everybody from either the UK, Australia, South America, United States, Canada, everybody can access those. However, this was graciously donated to us by Alex, and I will be giving away Battlefield 6 for Xbox in the chat in a little while, about half an hour from now. I'll put the code in the chat, and it's going to be a first come, first serve. Also want to shout out once again to Broke Boy, who also dropped 25 game codes in the chat like a maniac. And we even had Aero Nation even drop, ladies and gentlemen, a copy of Expedition 33 Game of the Year. That was dropped in the chat earlier. Congratulations to everybody who got those. And hot off the heels of that, I am completely stunned right now. I am going to give this man every single sound effect on this board. It is unbelievable.
Donation.
He gets them all. He gets them all, ladies and gentlemen. Jeffrey drops a $100 super chat. Out of control. Thank you so much, man. Jeffrey, that is insane. Everybody in the chat, shout out to Jeffrey, man. Shout out to my friend. Jeffrey, that is insane. Thank you so much, man. It warms my heart more than you know, man. Warms my heart. And all that money will be going to the foundation. And he says, for $100 US, he says, I see how dear this is to you. It is, man. It means everything to me. Oh, it's going to be hard to get through this. I do not know about this story of yours, but I can tell it's for great cost. Yeah, it was, man. God has always blessed me, and around the holidays, we should do the same. I hope you fulfill all your dreams, brother, and help everyone that you can along the way, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. We're going to get to that goal, man. And I can't wait. I can't wait. Thank you again. I'm going to put all that money towards the foundation. And I can't wait to be able to walk down there or just go down there and say, hey, this is all for you guys. It's going, by the way, it's going directly to them, but they may not know. So I will reach out to them and tell them what we did as a community out here, that the maggots are making this happen. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. Appreciate you. And we've got Alex has now become a channel member.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Thank you, Alex. And once again, we will be giving away Alex's code for Battlefield 6 for the Xbox US edition. That's in a little bit later in the show once I take a little bit of a break and then we do overtime. Because we're already at the 2-hour mark. But that don't mean shit on the Mag Show. That means that we're just getting started. Let's go. That's right, Emperor Hound. Jeffrey is legendary. Thank you so much, dude. And nobody comes in and drops a $2 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. And he says, this isn't much, but we'll donate more this weekend. Listen, dude. Every dollar counts. I only put, listen, I already told you guys, I put this thing for $1,000. If it went past that, that'd be amazing. But if it doesn't, it doesn't matter. I said this. I said, listen, we got approximately 1,500 people watching this show weekly. If people just dropped $1, that would do it. That would do it. I'm not sitting there going, hey, give me $10,000 and there's no. We're doing something modest. We're doing that the way it is. And, you know, that's what we're doing. And we're making a difference. And that's all that matters. Even $1 makes a difference. And in your case, $2, and it absolutely makes the difference, man. Alex, I was in tears, buddy. I just hide it very well. I hide it very well. At least I try, but my voice cracks. Like, fuck, dude, I can't help it. You know what I'm saying? I can't help it. What am I going to do? I gotta turn that space heater away from me. It's fucking roasting me like a bloody meatloaf. So, before we talk about the Developer Direct, let's talk about Call of Duty. Exactly, Aero Nation. Every dollar has the most significant impact. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Noisy Mofo, guys, ladies and gentlemen, this is unbelievable. Noisy Mofo says I'm already halfway at the goal, and that doesn't even include the super chats. Holy shit. I am at a loss for words, for real. I did not expect that to happen, but unbelievable. Thank you guys so much. Wow. And wait till I drop the rest of that in there. Unreal, man. We'll get back to that a little bit later. We'll do an update. We'll do an update in about an hour from now. All right? So, let's talk about this. So, Call of Duty. We have this big time Call of Duty insider. Apparently, this guy bats damn near 1,000. His name is the Ghost of Hope. Have you ever heard of this guy? I've never heard of this guy until today. Oh, grumpy old fart. We're going in overtime. Yeah, we're just gonna keep going. Danny Passion, I will check my DMs shortly, my friend. Well, I'm gonna take a few minutes break before we do. We carry on with like more Q&A and more relaxed conversation. However, for now, we're gonna keep on going with the podcast. But turns out this guy, Ghost of Hope, who I've never heard of, but apparently I've looked for multiple sources, and this guy just nails it out of the park every single time. He's got some good news, and he's got some not so great news. He's saying that Modern Warfare 4, that's coming out next year, we all know that, even though they haven't officially said the title, but apparently that's the case. He's saying that from the multiplayer side, it's almost a complete, oh my God, this is going to I'm already pissed off. He's saying that it's a complete copy of Modern Warfare 2. Dude, we already played that game. We're going to do this shit again? He's saying that slide penalties aren't as harsh. Perks do not have to be charged up. These are all interesting little things. The other interesting thing is that he's saying that the shooter will not be available on the Xbox One and PS4. So there you have it. So he's saying it's going to be almost a carbon copy of Modern Warfare 2 in terms of the multiplayer. There's going to be no build-up towards perks. Perks don't have to be charged up. And then the other thing is that he says it will not be on the last-gen consoles. Dark Cloud, you know what? In the Q&A, we will talk about movies because I saw the teaser for the first of 4 Avengers trailers. And yes, there's going to be 4 Avengers trailers. There's going to be 3 teaser trailers. They're only 1 minute and 20 seconds long each. And then after those are done, they're releasing those 1 a week during Avatar. So each week of Avatar, you're going to get a different teaser, and that's actually all connected and building up to an actual trailer that will be shown at the 4th week of Avatar being in the theaters. We will talk about that a little bit later during Q&A once the show's over. And when I mean by show's over, I mean we're not going to be talking about... We will be talking about video games, but I'm saying we're not going to be going as in-depth as I am now. And that's when we're going to bust out some drinks, too. We're going to have some good times. However, he's also saying... So it's not going to be coming out for the Xbox One or the PS4. However, he's saying there is a possibility that it may be released on the Switch, too. Isn't that interesting? So we're talking about Modern Warfare 4 not coming to old-gen consoles. However, it will, of course, Josh Duck, you can send it on Twitter, buddy. Just send me something on Twitter. Or if you're on one of the consoles, just send me one on any of the consoles. Xbox, PlayStation, whatever. I may not get to it right away because I'm running a one-man show here, so it's kind of hard for me to like do all this plus look down at like messages and stuff like that. Because I mean, if I had a panel, it's a little different. Because when the other person's talking, that buys me a few minutes to be able to like look at my phone or whatever. But as a one-man show and trying to do the producing and the doing the show, it's a little bit more difficult. So yeah, so now he's also talking about that. So no last-gen consoles. Perks don't have to be charged up. On top of that, it may get a release for the Switch too. And on top of the fact that he said that on an unfortunate note, that the multiplayer is a carbon copy of Modern Warfare 2. That sucks. I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about that at all. Now, here's some other interesting thing. I'm going to read this out to you because it's a little bit long, so I'm just going to say. Colin Prime. Yeah, but you know the thing is, he said it's okay. Colt runs a one-man show too. Yeah, you know what the thing is, dude? Is because when I start talking, Colt can like go away for 5 minutes and do whatever he has to do. No problem. I'm running I can just do the show, or vice versa. He talks and I can just go to the bathroom and take a pee and then come back or whatever, right? So now here's the interesting thing about the next Call of Duty. Now, so that's what's going on with Modern Warfare 4. So it looks like it's going to be more of a rehash, just very similar to like how Black Ops 7 used a lot of old maps. Looks like Modern Warfare 4 is going to be utilizing a lot of the maps from Modern Warfare 2 and probably some of the other Modern Warfare ones. So that's fine, whatever. It is what it's going to be. So, and then, but the other thing is, interestingly, once again, it's not going to be part of the last gen consoles. So I thought that was interesting. And then, of course, it might come out for the Switch too. That is also very interesting. However, he also has some big info on the 2027 Call of Duty. He already has all the leaks on that. And like I said, this guy, the Ghost of Hope, he's batting damn near 1,000 when it comes to Call of Duty. He's right up there with Charlie Intel and all those guys. So I looked this guy up because I never even heard about him until today, and I'm like, oh man, this guy is actually legit. So let's hear what he's got to say. This is interesting. According to Hope, the title will be a new sub-series developed by Sledgehammer Games, the studio. Oh god. This is not too enticing, but listen to this. So Sledgehammer's making the 27 Call of Duty. Now, the interesting thing is he says that they're also the studio behind Modern Warfare 3.
Yeah! You shall not pass!
And Vanguard. Wah, wah.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Oh my god. Okay, so ignoring Modern Warfare 3 and Vanguard, which were shit games, I played them both. I finished them both. However, by the way, I even got a platinum on Vanguard, okay? Do you know what kind of torture that was?
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
I will, Aero Nation, I will. So, it's going to be a new sub-series. That's a positive, isn't it? That's a positive. I'm happy about that. So it's not going to be Black Ops, and it's not going to be Modern Warfare. It's going to be a completely new sub-series. So it's probably going to, they're probably going to start from there and then create a new series from that. So that's interesting. I'm excited for that. Now, here's something he says. He goes, it's claimed that the studio will be creating completely new characters for the game and that it will be set, ready for this? It will be set in the late 1990s, early 2000s. As for the game's multiplayer, the leaker says that the Omni movement system from Black Ops 6 and 7 will be featured. There will be no tac sprint in this game. Okay? Takes place in late 90s, early 2000s. These are all very interesting. Those are some big claims there, folks. So we're going to get a new series, and it's not going to be that. Now, the other bombshell that he dropped, there will be no zombies in this game. The zombies will not be in the 2027 Call of Duty. That's right. But he says that there's going to be the popular Get High mode will return. What the fuck is Get High mode? Do you guys know what that is? Do you guys even know what that is? I've never even heard of that Get High mode. I probably played it, but anyway, someone write in the chat. Tell me what Get High mode is. Because I don't think I've ever even heard of that. So it will not have zombies. It will have Get High. Get High, whatever that is. I played Call of Duty, but then I got high. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what that means. But either way, that's what's going on. So there it is. We've got some interesting information there. That's some interesting information. So 27, we're going to get a completely new sub-series. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. And they got to do something. And it's going to be completely current gen, I guess you want to call it that. Because remember, in 27, when it drops, that's when Project Mag is going to drop. Right? So you're going to have the series consoles and you're going to have Project Mag out there in the wild. And it'll be only available for those consoles. They will not be for the PS4 or Xbox One. In fact, Modern Warfare 4, apparently, from what he's saying, will not be available for PS4 and Xbox One. That's also very interesting. Now, as for the other stuff, like little minor things like no tack, no tack sprint, stuff like that. That's for like hardcores. That's not really a thing for me. It didn't really bother me. The no zombies mode, okay. I don't know what this get high mode is, but you know what I would have actually preferred? I would have actually preferred, I actually would, Jeffrey saying, what the fuck is wrong with Activision? I know, these guys are out of their minds. But what I would have preferred is the survival mode. Do you guys remember playing survival mode? That was in the original Modern Warfare 3. Remember that you could play with a co-op partner? And it was just you and a co-op partner, and they would send waves of like enemies to kill you, and you and your partner would have to like station up and set up like defenses and like take all these guys. It was kind of like the horde mode from like Gears of War. You remember that shit? That was great fun. Gears of War is too friggin' hard though. Like it's just the time to kill is just so stupid in that game. But either way, the point is like with Call of Duty, they had the waves of like survival mode, right? And that was great. My wife and I played that, and we literally got every achievement on that because her and I, in those days, we were playing on Xbox. And I think it was Xbox 360. So we were playing that on Xbox 360, the two of us online. We would play for hours and hours and hours and hours. We would play the survival mode and we would master it. And then remember the juggernauts would come and you're like, oh shit, juggernauts. And that's where we saved all our power-ups. We'd be throwing grenades and landmines and all that stuff and taking these dudes out. We had a great time with that. So to me, I think that that's a bit of a miss. I think that if they're not going to do zombies, they should have done survival mode. And make it meaty. Make it a good survival mode. Like they did way back in the day with like Modern Warfare 3. I'm all in that. Oh my God, how funny is that? I looked down at the chat and it says bring back survival. It was basically Infinity Ward's answer to zombies. Dude, that's exactly what I was just talking about. How funny is that? Yeah, it was good till the juggernauts dropped. Yeah, Chavez. Yeah, man. Uncharted 2 had a survival mode. I did not know that. I never played the multiplayer in the Uncharted games. I heard it was pretty decent, but I mean, that was never my focus with Uncharted. Uncharted was always about the single player for me. Yeah, Boom Chow saying, yeah, they had support streaks in that game too, yeah. Hey, Grumpy Old Fart, thank you so much for stopping by, man. I love you, brother. Everybody send out your love to Grumpy Old Fart, man. He's amazing. Huge supporter of the channel, as always. So anyways, there's your Call of Duty news, guys. So we got news on the next 2 Call of Duty games. That's interesting to me. I mean, I'm interested in that. Now, the only sort of sore spot in that situation is that it's basically going to be a rehash of Modern Warfare 2. So that kind of sucks. Yeah, no, that kind of sucks. But what are you going to do? What the hell are you going to do? So anyway, that's the story there. So at least that, but I mean, it sounds promising about the other one. Now, my question to the chat is this, and listeners after the fact. Seeing that the next Call of Duty that's going to be made by Sledgehammer. Is it Sledgehammer? Is that? Yeah, it says Sledgehammer. The 2027 Call of Duty. And it takes place in the late 90s, early 2000s. Now, my question is this. Where does it take place? And what? Like, what's going to be the subject? Is it just going to be a completely separate story, not involved with any world conflicts or anything else that happened during that time? Or do they just make their up, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Or do they go with one of the world conflicts that actually happened, like, you know, somewhere between the mid-90s and early 2000s? There's a couple of options there, right? You can actually go the Kosovo War. I know a few vets from that war, whoever survived. Not, you know, it wasn't, you know, it wasn't as pretty as people thought it was, man. A lot of Canadians died over there and Americans. And, of course, you know, the Eastern Europeans. A horrible situation over there. And I know a couple of vets from over there from Kosovo. Bosnia-Herzegovina, yeah. Bosnia-Herzegovina. I see a couple of Iraqs in the chat. Yeah, well, Iraq was after 9/11, right? So Iraq was after 9/11, so that would be early 2000s. Afghanistan was after, right? If I'm not mistaken, because they went Gulf War, then they went to Bosnia, then there was Bosnia and Kosovo and and Herzegovina and all that in the 90s, and then Iraq after 9/11, and then from Iraq to Afghanistan, right? Something like that. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But I mean, they're saying late 90s, early 2000s. I mean, 9/11 hadn't happened yet in the late 1990s, right? I mean, or maybe that's just a window that he was given because whatever. But yes, South Chicago. Jesus Christ, Quincer. Jeffrey's saying, I was an Army veteran. It would be I would be offended if it wasn't Iraq. Iraq, not MAG, it was before as well. No, yes. Well, yeah, that would be the Gulf War, right? So the Gulf War. But I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. So we're going to have to wait and see. But the funny thing is, when you look at this leaker, Ghost of Hope, who apparently has like a damn near flawless record with his reporting, seeing that the game comes out in 2 years, they obviously have this thing deep in development that is basically almost done at this point. I would imagine that Modern Warfare 4 is probably pretty much ready to go, considering that the majority of it is just a rehash of Modern Warfare 2, using up a lot of the same maps and stuff like that. Sure, the story will be different, the single-player campaign or whatever. Or if it's a co-op campaign, we don't know. We don't know yet. We'll find out. Right? So we'll have to see when that happens. So I would imagine that this 27, seeing that it's less than 2 years and that game will be out, it must be almost ready. And certainly they know the story, the setting, and everything else. That was probably been determined years ago. So I think that this guy's info is pretty bang on. But we're gonna find out. What's Arrow Nation saying? Oh, he's saying thank you for your service. Yes, my friend. Thank you for your service, Jeffrey. Always appreciate it, man. Vets are always welcome here, man. American, Canadian, international, wherever you are in the world. UK, Australia, South America, all over Europe, everywhere. Africa, doesn't matter what continent, what nation you are on. All vets are welcome here. And thank you all for your service. That's a sacrifice. That's a sacrifice, man. And I know a lot of vets, dude. I know a lot of vets. A lot of Canadian and U.S. Marines and stuff like that, and vets. And I know a couple of colonels. I know a major. He passed away, unfortunately. Major Bob, good friend of mine. Loved him. He was a veteran of Bosnia. He was fucked, man, because when I was to talk to that guy, if I talked to him in one ear, he couldn't hear me because he was heavy artillery during that war, right? For the Canadian special military. It's kind of like a spec ops thing, but whatever. He was up there, right? And he did his thing, and he was heavy artillery. And as a result of that, he was deaf in one ear. So I'd be sitting at the bar with him, hanging out, and I'd be fucking yapping at this guy for 5 minutes. He wouldn't even respond. And I'm like, hey, Bob, what's your fucking problem? And I'd be like, tap him, and he'd go, hey. And I realized that I just spoke to him for 5 minutes. And he had no idea what I was saying. And he's like, dude, don't you know to sit on my good ear? And I'm like, oh, sorry, Bob. So I'd have to get up out of the bar stool and go sit on the other bar stool and talk to him there. Otherwise, he couldn't hear a damn word I was saying. Hey, the Bean, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to hell. Why not?
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
He's like, what's going on, you magnificent bastards? Yeah, we're just we're doing our thing, man. We're having a great fundraiser tonight, having a good time, getting a lot of support from the community, and we're having a great show. So yeah, man, we're having a good time. So listen, before we carry on, we're going to talk about the Developer Direct, but I'm going to take a small break. I'm going to take a few minutes here. I got to do some business too, because I got a couple of codes to give away. I even have Arrow Nation. Got a little surprise for the chat as well. So we're going to do all that in just a few minutes, but I am going to have to take a few minute break here. And then when we come back, you want to give me about 3-4 minutes, and then we'll take it from there. Oh, my Xbox gamer tag. Sorry, Josh. It is I am the mag. All capital words, all one letter. Or sorry, all one letter. All one word. All one word, I am the mag. All capitals. You'll find it. You'll see it. You can DM me anytime, man. It don't matter. Anytime. Okay, folks. Show's over. We're at 2 hours and 20 minutes. We're going to come back in about 4 or 5 minutes, and then we're going to talk about Developer Direct, and then we're just going to shoot the breeze about whatever the hell you guys want. You guys want to talk about Marvel? We'll talk about Marvel. You want to talk about movies? We'll talk about movies. You want to talk about each other? We'll talk about each other. And then we're going to give away some codes when I get back as well. All right? And we'll do that shortly. All right, everybody? We'll talk to you all in a couple of minutes, but give me about 5 minutes break, and we'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. There we go. I had to take a pit stop, had to pee, had to check messages real quick. And I want to shout out Danny Passion Official. And he dropped a very generous donation to the GoFundMe for Emily's house for hospice. Thank you so much for children. Thank you so very much, Danny Passion. I saw that. I greatly appreciate it, buddy. So now, the first thing I'm going to do before we carry on with talking about the Developer Direct, I'm going to go over to the live chat itself. I'm going to pull up my third screen here. It's always wild doing this. And this is courtesy of Arrow Nation, ladies and gentlemen. Here is a code. I'm dropping a code, and it says here, this is a code for the PCEA app, and it's a global code. So anybody wants that, I'm dropping it in 3, 2, 1, and... it's in the chat. There you go. There's your code, ladies and gentlemen. That's for a PCEA app, and it's a global code, so anybody can use that. So good luck to everybody who gets their hands on that. And then we're going to talk about some other things. And thank you so much, Arrow Nation. I appreciate you, brother. You're amazing, man. You're supporting this channel, and everything else, becoming a friend as well on top of all that has been amazing. Just to witness all of this and just growing together as a community has been always incredible, man. I just absolutely love it. So it's great. So there you go. There's your code for the Universal EA app right there. And then very shortly, now I can't cut and paste this one, or I can't copy and paste this one because it was sent to me on the PlayStation app. I'm going to be giving away Alex's Xbox code for Battlefield 6. It's for the US only. So I'm going to be sending that in very shortly. And just give me like a minute. I'm going to have to manually type it out, all right? So here it comes. Yeah! Oh my god, it's going to play all of my stuff. So you guys are going to hear like my soundboard because I have to type in numbers. This is going to be hilarious. Oh my god.
Get in there and fight, maggot.
So try not to laugh too much, guys, okay? Because you're going to be like, what the fuck is going on with all the sound effects? Well, you're going to hear it now because I'm going to be giving away that code. And I have to type in the letter and the numbers. And the numbers on my keyboard are all part of the hotkeys that I programmed as part of the soundboard. So yeah, you're going to be hearing random sound effects here and there. It's actually going to be pretty funny. Oh, this is so funny. And of course, my old boomer eyes, I'm like trying to read this fucking thing.
Get in there and fight, maggot. Get in there and fight, maggot.
Yeah, like I said, this wasn't sent to me on like DMs or anything like that. It was in a PlayStation chat, so as a result, I have to manually type it out, right? Yeah. Arrow Nation's like, this part of the stream needs to be a YouTube short, comedy gold. Yeah. Tell me about it, eh? How funny is that?
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Okay, I got it in there. So now you're not going to hear all those bloody sound effects. But I'm going to double check it with my old boomer eyes. So I'm going to go stare at that third screen. So give me 5 seconds, and then I'm going to be dropping the US Xbox version of Battlefield 6 full game courtesy of Alex. Thank you so much. Now, let's check it out. R263F. R263F. Okay, it's correct. I double-checked it and everything else. Okay, so here comes, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the code for the Xbox version of the Xbox US version of Battlefield 6. Here it comes. And 3, 2, 1, it is dropped. It's in the chat. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. All right, so that's the code. Good luck to everybody, whoever gets that. And again, Arrow Nation, Alex, all you guys who've been donated tonight, donated other codes, donated games, donated everything. It's been absolutely incredible. You guys are all amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you guys all so much. My wife sends me a text message and she goes, "Don't forget that super chat." And I'm like, she was talking about, I think, Jeffries. And I'm like, honey, relax. What do you think? I didn't see it? It's gigantic and red. But she sent it to me on message, so Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen, Colin Prime got it. Battlefield 6 is now yours on Xbox. Dreadpool saying already redeemed. What the fuck? I hope not. Then we're gonna have words with Alex. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to all my friends around, it's Guinness time. Let's go. We're at the 2 hours 30-minute mark. Let's go. Guinness time. Here we go. Pouring ourselves a Guinness. Here we go. There it is. Oh. And then we're going to move on to Michelob Ultra. Look at the magic there, folks. Look at the magic. You see that? Look at that magic. Autobots, roll out! There it is. Colin, let me know if it works, eh? Just let me know if it works. And Danny Passion, thank you very much, by the way, for that donation. I don't know if you were here when I said it, but I greatly appreciate it. Yes. Colin Prime, if there's any issue with it, we'll get it sorted. I'll get it to you one way or another, okay? Cheers, folks. Let's go. Or as they say on Trailer Park Boys, cheers, genitals! Oh, that's magic right there. It's a creamy fucking pint is what it is. So anyhow, let's talk about the developer direct before we carry on, and then we're just gonna shoot the breeze with whoever wants to hang out. Developer direct. Colt Eastwood is saying there may be 6 games shown at the show. So I would imagine, seeing that 3 big Xbox games are coming out this year, that would be Forza Horizon, Halo, Campaign Evolved, and Gears of War. E-Day. They're not going to show Modern Warfare 4. That's not going to happen. So it's not happening. They probably won't even do a teaser about it. That's something you're going to see at the Summer Game Fest. Absolutely, right? So we'll see from there. However, that being the case, I think Campaign Evolved is going to get a little bit more of a teaser with like a release date, something like that. Now, the thing is, when people were listening to what Matt Booty was talking about, and he was saying, oh, we're going to see some stuff from Playground, don't forget that Playground owns Forza Horizon. So everybody jumped onto the Fable bandwagon. I can tell you, I don't think you're going to see Fable. Now, the rumor is that they're going to show Fable in the summertime at the Summer Game Fest, right? Now, that makes a lot more sense, and the reason why they make sense, because if they announce Fable, or sorry, if they reveal more of Fable now, then people have to sit there and go, oh, and by the way, it's 27. It sounds fucking horrifying, right? You're like, oh my God, it's a whole other year. Fuck that. Or a year and a half, whatever. However, if it's halfway through the year, and they're like, okay, well, it's coming out in 2027, maybe early 2027, who knows, right? Whenever they decide to release it, then it doesn't make the wait so long, so it sounds very positive, which I think is a great move. So I think if you announce it in June and say, by the way, coming out early 2027, everybody's like, you know what? That ain't so bad. I can wait 6 months or whatever, 7 months. So that's not so bad. So I think that strategy makes a lot more sense. So I do not think we're going to see Fable there. Now, Gears E-Day, they're going to have to give a release date because now Grand Theft Auto's got a release date. A couple of the Sony games got release dates. A lot of things are stacking up earlier in the year, right? They've got a release date in September. I think it's September 9th for Phantom Blade Zero. That's another PlayStation exclusive. Console exclusive anyway. So that's coming out in September 9th. So now you could start piecing together your puzzles, right? So now Microsoft can take their little war table, and they could say, okay, Now we got some dates here. Let's start moving the pieces and put them in, put them in strategic spots so that we have a little room to breathe, so we can maximize engagement and sales. That makes ultimate sense. So that's what I'm thinking is going to happen. Garflog, how you doing, buddy? How you doing? It's been a while.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Now, with the rumors that we've heard that Forza Horizon 6 is coming in the second quarter of 2026, that would be somewhere around April or May, then you've got time to release Gears E-Day. I think that you could release Gears E-Day, let's say late August, early... It's downloading, thank God. All right, Colin Prime, congratulations on getting that code. That's it, you own Battlefield 6. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I gotta say tonight, for everything that's gone on, the community has given away over 27 game and app codes here on this chat tonight. If you were lucky enough to be here, we got 55 people here. We should have 155 people. And you know what? Everybody who wasn't here live, y'all missed the fuck out. I know it's a busy week. It's a hard week to get everybody together because we're approaching Christmas. Everybody's busy. Everybody's got shit going on. Christmas parties. People start traveling and stuff like that. I get all that. I think that, numbers will start to grow again in January, and I get all that jazz. But either way, it doesn't matter. We're here. We're rocking out, and we're having a great time, baby. Let's go. So what they need to do is they need to announce a release date for Gears. I think that you release Gears in the end of August or beginning of September. I think that makes the most sense. Doesn't it? That gives Modern Warfare 4, their own game, time to breathe. And then from Modern Warfare 4, because you know they're going to have to release it in October. Because you're not going to release Modern Warfare 4 with a bunch of rehashed shit in it. I'm not saying it's not going to be good. I'm just saying it's going to have a bit of a stigma around it when people start finding out a little more of these details that this leaker was talking about, right? Very reputable leaker, I might add. So when he starts talking about that, that's going to cause a problem, right? And when that causes a problem, then people are not going to play. You put that next to Grand Theft Auto 6 on November 21st. You're not releasing that game on Veterans Day or Remembrance Day here in Canada or anywhere near that. You don't want it anywhere near Call of Duty, right? Because your engagement is going to fall off a fucking cliff the minute that game comes out. And I know there's a lot of people that are going, well, I don't play Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, great, that's cool, and that's no problem. That's totally fine. But when you sell 170 million copies or 160 million copies, whatever the last one sold, a lot of people are going to be playing Grand Theft Auto, and ain't nobody going to be looking at Call of Duty. Therefore, even if it's two different genres, it doesn't matter. Call of Duty will not get the attention that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to get because people are going to devote whatever free time they have to Grand Theft Auto 6. So my guess is that they're going to be releasing Modern Warfare 4 second or third week of October. Mark my words. Right? So now my question is this. You have a basic idea. You got Gears of War. You got Forza in the spring. You've got Halo in November, most likely November, like around the time of the 25th anniversary of Xbox. That's going to be unavoidable, and that's totally fine. That's totally fine. Because that's going to be a smaller title. I mean, they're not going to sell hundreds of millions. They're not going to sell tens of millions of copies of Halo anyway. It's a remake of the first game. A lot of people have played it, umpteen amount of times or whatever it is. And so, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it day one, and I'm going to play the living shit out of it. I'm going to play the living shit out of it with my wife. I'm going to play it with my kids. I'm going to play it with the community members. I'm going to be playing it with the channel members. We're going to be streaming it on the channel. We're going to be doing all of that stuff. But I don't think that was going to be the massive blockbuster title that was going to sort of take over and try to take on Grand Theft Auto head on kind of thing. I think it's just going to kind of be there. So now we've established, at least from my perspective, we've established 3 games that are going to be part of that 6 games. Clockwork Revolution sounds like it's getting pushed to 27. Fable looks like it's getting pushed to 27, and that's totally fine because Xbox has a big year ahead of it, whether it's through publishing or whether it's through Game Pass or just on the ecosystem itself. Great. Xbox already has a busy year. Now, the thing is, what the hell could those other 3 games be? There might be a smaller one. You guys have any ideas in the chat? Go. Set it up in the chat. Cybergun is saying I'm chilling here at work. E-Day for the summer of 26. That's what Cybergun is saying. Yeah, exactly. The Bean, he nailed it dead on. He says, and in the fact there's no multiplayer, so it's not like they were worried about the longevity of the title. Absolutely. So it's going to be a kind of game that you're going to play for like a week. You know what I mean? You burn through the campaign. You might go through it and maybe let's say you go through it a second time on Legendary with a couple of your buddies. You play like 4-player co-op or something. Or, you get in there and you play... on Legendary, get your achievements, get your trophies, whatever you're into, find the skulls, all that kind of shit. Were there skulls in the first game? I don't even remember. All right, let's talk about it. Josh in the chat is saying mixtape. What the hell is mixtape? Is this something I missed? Is that a game I missed? Arrow Nation's asking about Blade. I don't think. Jeffrey, I can't resend the... What the hell is it called? Resend your friend request on PlayStation. My settings have it automatically that it denies close friend request. It automatically denies them because it reveals my full name and address. And I can't get rid of that, by the way. Sony forces that. So when you make your profile, right? And the same with Xbox, but like the thing with Xbox, you can hide that shit. So the thing is, and I can hide it too, but the problem is, if people try to request a close friend on Sony, it automatically shows everything. And I can't do that. So I set it to a setting where it automatically denies close friend requests because, like I said, it shows my first name, my last name, shows my address. So I had to shut that down. And that's nothing personal, Jeffrey, obviously. That's just because, reasons. Right? There are people out there, not you guys, obviously. There are people out there who are fucking insane. I've heard some horror stories about other YouTubers who've had people try to hunt them down. Mostly in the United States, whatever, but still, like, it doesn't matter. Stuff like that. And, and of course, when I started this journey, my wife said, yeah, for the safety of me and the children, you turn all that shit off. All those settings, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, so I have that set that way. So, yeah, so Jeffrey, that was nothing personal, eh? And that wasn't me. That's an automatic response. So, the PlayStation app will automatically decline close friend requests. So, resend me the request, dude. But resend it as a friend. If you want to know who I am, I can tell I can tell you in a DM or whatever over there. But like, yeah, no, resend me one. But yeah, but that information, that's so fucking stupid. Like, I think that there should be a way that you can have, like, for example, why can't Sony have a VIP friend list? Like, so for example, if Jeffrey wants to add me as a VIP friend, then that's cool because Xbox does do that. Doesn't Xbox have a totally separate category where I can add a friend and have them in like in a VIP, like sort of close friend thing, but it doesn't reveal all your information? Like, Xbox does that. Like, you put a star next to their name or something like that. You guys remember that? You guys know what I'm talking about, or am I fucking crazy? Because I'm pretty sure that Xbox does do that. Like, you could put a star and have, like, preferred friends or whatever the hell it is. That makes... Yeah, Big Boy Barry's saying the same. He's saying, yeah, same. Okay, Jeffrey just resent it. All right, dude, I will accept it immediately. Because those ones go through to me. Jeffrey and I are friends. He's my boy. Sorry, I was watching Austin Powers the other day. That's me. He's my special boy. Jeffrey's my special boy. All right, Jeffrey, you're my friend. You're my friend in arms, my friend. And by the way, before it disappears on me, ladies and gentlemen, I've got 78 Inc. coming in and dropping $20 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you, brother. You've been supporting. Listen, 78 Inc. has been supporting this channel from day one, and he's been here the whole time. Thank you so much for that, man. And 78 Inc. says for $20 US, he says, this is for those babies. Losing a child is not easy. I appreciate you, Mag, for all you do to make this world a better place. I pray God blesses you abundantly in everything you do. Dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, brother. You guys are making me fucking emotional tonight, man. Thank you guys so much. The outpouring has been like overwhelming. It's been like, I can't even speak anymore. No, it's not because of the drink. This is my first pint, for Christ's sake. It's because I get, sometimes when I get emotional, I get worked up. What I was trying to say was the outpouring of support has been staggering. And it was beyond what I expected. Oh, no way, Jeffrey. That's amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeffrey, he says here, I am a federal agent. I can protect you instead. Oh, dude. Listen, as an Italian, I have many federal agents in my back pocket, but they cost a lot of money, man. Those envelopes aren't getting any cheaper. Man, those payoffs are getting really expensive these days, especially with the inflation. Emperor Hound, it's so funny. My kids have never watched Austin Powers, so we watched the second one, and they laughed a little bit here and there, but they were mostly laughing at, like, when Austin Powers is fighting Mini-Me, because it's like, it's slapstick comedy, right? Kicking in the balls, and like, Mini-Me bites Austin Powers in the balls and that kind of shit, whatever. Thank you, Garflog. He says, always here for you, Meg. You are awesome. Thank you, guys. Okay, so let's talk about what games those could possibly be. Thank you guys all for the support, and 78 Inc. for the super chat, man. You guys are awesome. The Bean is saying State of Decay 3. I think also no. And this is just a personal opinion. I just think it's a no. I think Colt Eastwood said the same thing. He said State of Decay 3. I don't think he doesn't think it's done either. And this also, by the way, harkens back to the discussion that we had earlier in the show, where we were talking about announcing games too fucking early. Sony were the masters of that back in the PlayStation 4 era. They got better at it over time. But they were a disaster with that shit too. You guys remember I know Mooch makes a joke about it. He says the teaser trailer for Last of Us 2, where Joel is playing the guitar and then he kicks the peach over to Ellie. Right? And then it just goes black. And then 7 fucking years later, the game comes out. You know what I mean? So they slowed down on that shit a little bit. But I think what happened is because Microsoft made those acquisitions and everything else, and all the moving and shaking that started happening in 2017. You remember that? Because it wasn't Activision Blizzard and it wasn't Bethesda at that time, or ZeniMax. It wasn't at that time. 2017 they started buying Playground and Ninja Theory and some of the other studios, right? So they were doing all that, and then they started announcing all these titles that they were working on. I get it. They're making it like, hey, we bought these studios and they're working on this. Problem is, gamers have a long ass memory. These guys are like fucking elephants. So they're going to remember that. And they'll be like, bro, you said State of Decay, you showed the trailer for State of Decay 3 6 years ago with the chick with the bow and arrow. You remember that? And then there was like the zombie deer and she like pulls a bow and arrow back and shit. That was like, well, I think that was 6 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't think it's going to be State of Decay 3. So I don't think that's going to be there either. Now, Arrow Nation mentioned Blade. I would believe Blade before State of Decay 3 or Fable or Clockwork Revolution. Now, I thought Clockwork Revolution, by the way, I thought it was a lock for 2026. I didn't realize that there was a possibility it could get pushed out. But Colt kind of alluded to it last night on XNC, that he was saying that that the game is not going to make 2026. And I was like, oh, fuck. I thought it was coming out like soon. Like, I thought it was coming out in a matter of mere months, like March or April or May or something like that. And I'm like, I didn't realize that there was a possibility that game could get pushed out. So I'm like, well, fuck. Okay, so 2020, Danny Patch is saying 2020 for State of Decay. Yeah, that's what he thinks. And I think you're right, dude. So it's been 5 years since they talked about that. So it's been a while. But I would, you know what? Blade is not going to be a massive title. And what I mean by that, I'm not talking about quality, and I'm not talking about like its budget or anything like that. I just don't think it's going to be a 50, 60 hour game. I think it's going to be a smaller experience, something that you could probably get 1,000 achievement points in probably 20 hours, maybe 25 hours, maybe something like that. So it's going to be a smaller experience. I don't think it's going to be a massive, sprawling game. It's going to be a more concentrated experience. And I think that you probably be able to get your full completion in less than 20 hours, from what I understand. Now, I've seen the game in action. I've seen screenshots. I've seen the game in action. I've seen it. It looks pretty fucking cool, man. It's got style to it. See what you want, but Dumbledore's got style. Blade has got style. I'll tell you that. And it's kind of got the idea of the whole Miles Morales. You know the movies, not the game, but like the movies. You know the Miles Morales Into the Spider-Verse and all that shit. You know that kind of like the look, the vibe. The sort of like, that 15 FPS sort of look, animation kind of shit. South of Midnight had that as well, by the way. Shout out to anybody on PlayStation. If they price it right, South of Midnight is coming to the PlayStation. And if it's priced right, and what I mean by priced right is if they charge like $35-$40 for it, I'm telling you, buy the game, because I really enjoyed it. It was a great platformer. I really, really enjoyed the game. I love this. I love the music, the graphics, the story, the lore. It was a fantastic game. To me, honest to God, and I know that some people think I'm crazy, but I'm telling you right now, South of Midnight was my favorite Xbox game of 2025. I thought it was better than Doom: The Dark Ages. And I played Doom: The Dark Ages twice because I reviewed it, right? I did a marinated review. I did a marinated review on both games, on South of Midnight and Doom: The Dark Ages, and I played through both games twice, and I thought that South of Midnight was the better game. And I am almost tempted that if the game is priced right, I am tempted to buy it again on PlayStation. The Bean, one of my favorite lines from Harry Potter, yeah. Dumbledore's got style. That, of course, would be Kingsley Shacklebolt. Fuzzy Tomato saying Blade is still one of the best Marvel movies. He said it is still the best Marvel movie. The original Blade is right up there with Infinity Ward for me. Infinity Ward. Oh my God. You guys see what's happening? I had Call of Duty on the brain after we had that topic. Infinity War. Infinity War. Maybe the original Iron Man. Blade. Maybe I put three of those in like the pantheon, like like the podium of like the three winners. I think I put them all up there like that. Infinity War was fucking amazing, man. You can't, like, that movie was top. That was top tier Marvel. But so was Blade. I saw Blade before anybody else did. I went to a press screening because I have a lot of friends that work in Hollywood and shit. So when I went to go see it, I went to go see it in a private theater. The producer came out. The producer of the movie literally came out and talked to us. And I don't even know what everybody else had like notepads and shit. And they're like furiously writing stuff. And we had like these giant captain seats. There were only 20 seats in the whole theater. It was a special screening theater. And I had this giant captain seat. I had two tables on either side. I had booze and food. And I just sat there like a jackass eating and drinking and watching this movie going, what the fuck is this? This is amazing. I'm like, is this the future? Is this the future of superhero movies? I'm like, yo. Especially after that opening sequence, I was literally shouting in the theater. I'm like, yeah! Like when Wesley Snipes is like stabbing them through the fucking chin with the big spike and then putting him through the ceiling, and he's doing all the kung fu shit, and I'm just sitting there going, dude, this is awesome. So yes, maybe I gotta agree with you. I think Blade and Infinity War have to be the two best Marvel movies ever made. I don't know, that's just my opinion. Winter Soldier was amazing, man. It was amazing, Bean, but like it was nowhere near that peak Marvel of Blade and Infinity War. And Josh Duckwall has become a member. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Anthony Floyd's in the chat. What's up? How you doing? And remember, he's become a top tier maggot, ladies and gentlemen. That's absolutely incredible. But let me tell you something. Now that he's become a member, we got to give him the obligatory thing.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
There you go. Welcome to hell, Duckwall.
Fight, maggot!
Arrow Nation is reminding everybody in the chat. He says, if you have Discord, don't forget to join the server. That's right. Great Wall Endgame was a great movie, but it was not as good as Infinity War. I think Infinity War was the superior movie. The Bean. Caught you fuckers at a bad time. yeah, that was great. Oh, of course, that was the late, great, legendary Chris Christopherson. What an amazing role he played in the Blade trilogy. Incredible. Fuzzy Tomato 22. Is there 2 Fuzzy Tomatoes in the chat? He goes, I tried Winter Soldier twice and I couldn't stay awake either time. Okay, so let's get back to the developer direct. What the hell could it possibly be? What could these games be? I saw some suggestions, but no one has any other suggestions. Now, is there a possibility? Is it Cyber Gunter? I just received your friend request. Thank you. And I got that lanky nerd. I got a couple more requests on the Xbox side. I will catch up on all of that after the show, after we're off the air. But the thing is, I think maybe there could be like an indie game thrown in there somewhere. Right? Now, they say they have a packed Xbox developer direct. What that means? I don't know. But you know what? I've been looking at it and I've been checking out everything else. I've talked to a couple of people and no one really has an answer for me. So that leads me, I know that sounds like very anticlimactic right now because I know you guys are expecting to hear something. However, nobody really knows anything. At least as far as I know. Like the people I talk to, that no one's saying anything. I'm looking at like even insider news and stuff like that. No one's saying anything. They're just saying it's going to be packed and it's going to be full of games. But people have made, people have suspected certain games, but those are games that have been announced already. I think there's going to be a couple of games there that no one knows, and I think there's going to be a third-party deal, just like they did with Expedition 33 for Game Pass. I think there's going to be a third-party deal that's going to go into Game Pass day one, and it'll be talked about at the developer direct. That's what I suspect. Fuzzy Tomato saying he's betting Replaced will be there as the indie gem of the year. Yeah, maybe. That sounds good. And Big Boy Barry saying, I hope it doesn't leak for a change. Hey, dude, just like the Game Awards. I knew nothing going into the awards. Nothing. And when Fate of the Old Republic showed up, I screamed just like everybody else did, man. And that's the way you got to do it. I love that. That's what I want. I want to be surprised because at the end of the day, yeah, I'm a YouTuber. Yes, this is what I do. This is my job. But it's also my passion. I love doing this. And so therefore, I'm still a gamer. And as a gamer, I want to go to an award show and be just as excited as everybody else. I don't want to sit there with my arms crossed knowing everything that's being released. That sucks. Right? I want to sit there and be excited with everybody else because at the end of the day, I don't separate myself from anybody. Oh, you guys are just the peasants. I'm the YouTube god or some stupid shit like that. No. I'm a fucking gamer just like everybody else, man. And we all sit in the trenches together. We're like, yo, let's watch this show. And that's what I want to see. I want to be surprised at the show. So the developer direct, any of my people that I talk to from Microsoft or even Sony, the people I talk to out there, do me a favor. Don't tell me shit until the developer direct. And I know you guys listen to the show. And I know Xbox, I know that Xbox executives listen to me. Not live, but they listen to me after or whatever else. Right? Listen, you guys are listening to me? Don't tell me anything. I don't care that I get hit on views for doing a video. I don't do insider videos anymore. It's not worth the trouble. I'd rather just react to news that's out there and then give my 2 cents on it, and then we all talk about it and celebrate great news together, whether it's great news or bad news. Yes, I will still know things, and I still get information. So, if anybody says, "Hey, Meg, what do you think about this?" Feel free to reach out to me and DM me. I'll talk to you about it. So I'll say, "Hey, listen to this, what I heard." But I don't put that out in public anymore because it's not worth it. Do you know how many fucking hate messages and death threats and all kinds of shit I got for talking about Project Latitude and other insider information and everything else that I leaked out there? Yeah, sure. That kind of got me where I was today. Or at least it gave me like a step up as to how I got here to this point. But that's not what I've wanted to focus on. I never wanted to focus on that. I wanted to focus on building a community around me and around you guys, right? And we build this community up together. And we support this together. That's what I wanted. I never wanted to be that. And then people started putting me in that. Like even IGN started quoting me. Insider Meg said this. I'm like, I'm not a fucking insider. Stop saying that. But if you ever need to, you guys ever want to hear anything, just DM me. I'll just say so. I'll just tell you what's going on. It's no problem there. By the way, Game Pass is getting a price hike. Anyways, so don't know when though. So, you know what I mean? I'm not going to talk about that stuff. I'm not going to make a video on that. And you know what? That'll sacrifice 7,000 to 10,000 views. If I make a video saying Game Pass price hike incoming, I'll get 10,000 views on that video and make some money off of it. But you know what's going to happen? If it doesn't happen in the next 3 months, people are going to freak and they're all going to crucify me. They're not going to crucify Microsoft. They're all going to come after me, right? Fucking fraud, fake insider, this and that, whatever. It ruins your reputation. It's not worth it, man. And I'd rather build a reputation with this community, with our community around trust and honesty. That's what I'd rather build it on. Anyhow. Plus I spoke to Matty Plays. Matty Plays reached out to me and he says, don't bother with that shit. And he goes, you hear all the stuff that I hear. Matty Plays is a big deal. You guys all know that. He's closing in on 700,000 subs. Like, he's monstrous. He's a monstrous YouTuber. Right? And he told me the same. He reached out to me and he's like, dude, it's not even worth it, man. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I get it. So, yeah. It is what it is. Anyways, that's it for the Developer Direct. So now, guys, we're basically done here. We're at the 3-hour mark. However, let's just shoot the breeze, man. Let's just talk. But before we do any of that, G-Mania comes in and drops a $5 Canadian Super Chat. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my Canadian friend. Canadian brother. He says that for his $5, he says, I miss the days when there was no internet. You could go to EB Games every Tuesday and be surprised when you saw a new game on the shelf. Well, dude, that's what I'm talking about. Let me tell you. G-Mania 1, thank you so much for the $5 Super Chat. And yes, you're absolutely right. Do you know how exciting it used to be? Let me tell you something. Do you know how exciting it used to be walking into EB Games? Because, of course, he's from Canada. We had EB Games here before GameStop. And now I hear the rumor is that GameStop is going back to EB Games in Canada. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But either way, I walked in there. Now, of course, I was a monster Resident Evil fan from the minute I saw the first game. Because I didn't even know this game was coming out. And, of course, remember in those days, you had to buy a magazine. You guys remember that shit? You had to go buy a magazine. PlayStation Monthly, Nintendo Power, the Sega one, whatever the hell that was called. I can't remember. Hang on a second, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry. Listen, man, for years of abuse because of the restaurant business and the chemicals and the washing your hands 75 times a day, working in kitchens and all that shit, right, is my hands in the wintertime get so dry and so bad that when I make a fist in the winter, they literally crack and bleed. That's how bad it is. And not even touching it. I just literally make a fist and it just starts bleeding. So my hands were getting so painful and dry while I was talking to you guys. I have hand lotion over in the corner there that if I ever have to like walk away during the middle of a show or something and then just put some lotion on my hands. And yes, that's all it's for, you dirty-minded scumbags. It's EB Games in Australia too. Yes, there you go, Talos. Thank you. Okay, so here's the thing. So getting back to G-Mania's thing. So I remember the very first time I walked into, there was a store called Microplay. Okay? That used to be a chain as well in Ontario called Microplay. Anybody in Ontario? Shout out to any of you Ontarians out there that remember Microplay back in the day. And there was a Microplay near my house when I lived with my parents and shit, right? Back in the 90s and whatever. And there was, I walked in there, I used to go in there all the time. Dude was hilarious, man. It was him and his wife. There's like this big fat dude, big monster guy, right? And him and his wife used to hang out there. They owned the store. Too cool as balls. I love those guys. I love that couple. And they owned a giant fucking parrot. And I mean a giant fucking parrot. Like, this thing was ridiculous. And it would walk on all the game shelves and just be like, rock, rock. Rock, rock. And I can't remember his name, George or some shit. It'd be walking and be like, I mean, like looking at the new PlayStation 1 games. You guys remember the PlayStation 1 games used to come in those giant jewel cases? The big jewel case, not the CD jewel cases, big giant ass jewel cases, right? The Lotion Boy Chronicles. Hero Nation. So I'd be sitting there looking at the big jewel cases of the PlayStation 1 games. And remember, those PlayStation 1 games were fucking expensive, even in the 90s. Everybody's bitching about prices now. You should have seen what they were then. Jeez. And if you compare, like, the dollar with the inflation and stuff, dude, it was just as expensive, as, if not more, now, more then. So, anyways, in the corner, he had one of those tube TVs, the ones, the CRTs, whatever the fuck they're called. And he had it, like, mounted in the wall. And he's sitting there. He had wires going down to a PlayStation 1. And he was playing a game, like right there at the desk, right? He's sitting there and he's playing his game plugged in with his PlayStation 1 controller. And I'm like looking at the screen, and I'll never forget it. The first screen I ever saw, Electronics Boutique, Big Boy Barry, that was even before EB Games. And that's why they call it EB Games, right? Electronics Boutique. So yes, it used to be called Electronics Boutique, then EB Games, then GameStop, now back to EB Games apparently. So... The Bean is saying Microplay had games nobody else had. Yes, they did, dude. Talos Ray saying we used to have Game Traders. Never heard of that one? That might be an Australia only thing. Anyways, so I'd be walking around and I look at the screen and it was an inventory screen where it showed like an herb, a gun, and some bullets. And I see him moving around, and there was like 6 squares, and he's moving these things around, and he's like managing his inventory, and I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing? And I'm like, dude, what are you playing? And he's like, I'm playing this new game, man. It's called Resident Evil. You gotta check it out, man. It is awesome. He goes, here, I'm gonna equip the gun. So he equips the gun, and he gets the handgun, and there he is with the handgun. And then the next shot is walking up a staircase, which I'm like, oh my God, these graphics. Like, it was unbelievable in those days, right? You're looking at these graphics in this, like, haunted mansion kind of shit. And he goes around the corner, and there's a fucking zombie. And he shoots the zombie in the head, and, like, the head blows up or whatever because he got, like, a good headshot on it. And I'm like, what is that game again? And he goes, Resident Evil. I said, is there one here? And he goes, right on the shelf, man. Right by George. And there's a fucking parrot standing there. So I go over, I grabbed it, and I'm like, this. I bought it right away. Never even heard of it. Never even heard of the game. I went home, and I played Resident Evil every single day for months and months and months and months and months on end. And then months turned into years, years turned into decades, and decades has now turned into 2025. And I have not stopped playing Resident Evil. It is my favorite series of all time, bar none, without question. And it was because I walked in the store and I looked up at that little tube TV and I'm like, what are you playing, dude? And then he told me and I'm like, what the fuck is that? I literally went to the shelf, picked up the giant jewel case, put it on the counter and said, "Buy, give me that." And that was exactly what happened. And then same with Tomb Raider. I went to Tomb Raider. I bought PlayStation Monthly Magazine because in those days it was PS1. And I'm reading the PlayStation Magazine and they're showing Tomb Raider and they're showing all these screenshots. And I'm like, I love Indiana Jones. I love exotic locations. I love all this shit. So I'm looking at all this and I'm like, this is awesome. I'm like, what's this called? Tomb Raider? Stars a hot chick with big pointy tits. Okay, I'm in. I'm like, this is all great. And what happened? When the game came out, I drove right to Microplay and I bought Tomb Raider day one. And guess what? Tomb Raider is in my top 2 or top 3 greatest franchises of all time as well. But I knew nothing about it, and I didn't have people spoil it weeks in advance, months in advance, years in advance. You had to learn about it as you went, and that was what made it more exciting. I'll never forget the other time I went to a Microplay, and I walked in there, and I saw Resident Evil Code Veronica. Never even knew it was coming out. And I'm like, what the hell is that? This was like years later, right? I think it was PS2. Years later, I go, what the hell is that? And he goes, new Resident Evil, man, just came out. It's like an offshoot of the main series called Code Veronica. I'm like, are you fucking kidding? I go, is it a full game? And dude's like, yeah, man, it's a full game. It's awesome. I'm like, give me that. Literally bought it right then and there. I had no idea. Do you guys understand that it's now been 30 years, almost 30 years, and I still carry the same excitement of seeing Resident Evil on the screen for the first time, walking in the store and not even knowing that Code Veronica was a game? That's how exciting it used to be. But when you're spoiled by everything now, it's not exciting anymore because you already know everything. And that sucks. Even as a YouTuber. And I hear things from everybody. Sometimes I don't want to. Sometimes I like it. But for the most part, it is what it is. And we got Andy Hart, a member for 2 months. Hey, buddy, thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the member chat. And he says, I remember the magazines with the demo discs. Dude, the demo discs. You remember PlayStation Monthly had one? There was another magazine, I can't remember what the hell it was called. They had one, like Monthly Gamer or something like that. And they had the demo discs, and you had like 10 demos on there. Smartest thing in the world, man. And I would take that demo disc home and I would destroy it. I would play every single demo and I knew what games I wanted to buy next. It's absolutely the way to do it. And it came free with the magazine. I love that shit. Andy Hart, thank you so much for bringing up such an incredible memory, man. I love that. And then we got Glinzer coming in, dropping a $2 super chat. Thank you, my brother. And he says, Zone of the Enders sold thanks to a demo disc on Metal Gear Solid 2. There you go. You remember sometimes they used to pack demos in with different games? Absolutely you do. I love that. And you know what it is? I think it's also the thrill of discovery that makes it so much fun. Isn't that like, you know what I mean? The thrill of discovery makes it incredible. And that's what I really enjoy about all that. Andy Hart? Absolutely. Splinter Cell Remake is a real thing. The Rambo's in the house. Live for nothing or die for something. The Rambo is in the house. Freeware, you're goddamn right, I remember that. Andy Hart, Splinter Cell Remake is still happening. The one they canceled was going to be a new project. It was getting too expensive. They were having problems with the stories and the development. They decided to walk away from it because it was going to be too costly. And as we all know, Ubisoft is tightening the budget a little bit. They're tightening the purse a little bit. However, that's why they're focusing a lot on the remakes. They're going to be doing a number of remakes of their old titles. And that is going to help fund future projects that they want to plan on making. But they're going to stay with the tried and true future projects. Like, for example, next year we're getting, next year, in a couple of months, we're getting Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake. That's going to be amazing, by the way. Wait till you guys see that in action. I've seen the live footage. Holy shit, guys. You guys have no idea how beautiful that game is going to look. The graphics are stunning. They also have the Sands of Time. That is Prince of Persia. Not Not the Metroidvania Prince of Persia that they've been doing the last little while, which have been great games, by the way. I played them all and I love them. However, they're going back to the real 3D platforming Prince of Persia. They're going back with the remake of Sands of Time. We're getting that, and we're getting the remake of remake of the Splinter Cell. That's coming as well. So they're doing all of that, and they're doing that in order to get people interested in the products, get people interested in the IPs, because those IPs are so old. A lot of new gamers, they weren't even born yet when those games came out. So now they're reintroducing them to the old gamers, to the new gamers. The older gamers are going to buy them. New gamers are going to buy them too, because they're going to be like, hey, this game looks awesome. And they're going to get introduced to it, and they'll be like, wow, you thought that was awesome? Well, guess what? We have a new Assassin's Creed Coven, a witch game that's coming out in 27. Right? That's how they're going to do it. And Splinter Cell as well. However, they canceled the Splinter Cell, and I think at this point they're just going to release the remake, and that may be just a one-off, guys. It may be just a one-off. That's not guaranteed. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Glinzer, no, it was Code Veronica was an exclusive for Dreamcast. For a little while. It was a timed exclusive. However, it did come out for the PlayStation 2. And I didn't even know it existed until I saw the jewel case on the PlayStation 2, and I saw Code Veronica, and I played it there. I never owned a Dreamcast. So there it is. Oh, Aeronation. Dude, you got to play it, man. Resident Evil Village? Oh, Until Village. Oh, sorry, I get it. He said, never played Resident Evil Until Village. Horror is not my thing. Fell in love with the world. And I'm there for Resident Evil 9 Day 1. Yeah, Arrow Nation. That's what I'm talking about. Listen, man, you want to do yourself a favor? Go play Resident Evil 7. That's Resident Evil Biohazard. That's the one that takes place right before Village. It's part 1 of Village. Village is part 2. That's a 2-part game. So go back and play Resident Evil 7. It's fucking awesome. It's the best Resident Evil ever made, in my personal opinion, even above Resident Evil 4 and even above Resident Evil 2, which I've gotten thousands on Xbox, and I platinum both of them as well. But I still think that Resident Evil 7 Biohazard is the best Resident Evil game ever made. Okay, so as I've told you guys before, sorry, let me refresh the chat here. Biohazard was my first Resident Evil. Fantastic. There you go. Xbox's king has finally showed his face. Of course, Xbox's king shows up at the 3-hour, 17-minute mark. Yeah, Xbox's king. I'll check that out. I'll see what Asmongold is up to. He's one of the few guys I've never reached out to and talked to yet. So I'll see what's going on there. But either way, I'm going to check him out. Listen, I'll be right back. I'm going to go pee. And then, not that you guys need to know all this information. I'm going to go pee and go grab a beer. Like I said, we're done. I mean, we could keep talking with the game talk. We could talk about whatever. And then I'm going to grab myself a beer as well. And then we're going to talk about some Marvel stuff if anybody's interested. Or you could say no. It's fine to say no. But I can tell you that from some of my contacts yesterday morning, and I mean, there was a bootleg out there for a little while, but I saw the first teaser trailer for the first Avengers. So if anybody wants to know anything, you can say no, and I won't talk about it. But I will tell you what happened in it if you guys are interested. So we can talk about that when we get back. We'll talk about Avengers and what's going on there. But either way, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and grab a drink. All right. So what's the consensus, folks? No, not a new Avengers after the Doom movie. It's Doomsday is the movie I was talking about. It's literally just called Avengers Doomsday. So yeah, there's two Avengers movies. There's Doomsday and then Secret Wars. They're filming both. Not back to back. They're taking a break, but they are going to be doing that because they have to get other characters involved. There's not everybody's going to be. I mean, there's like 28 superheroes in Doomsday. And a couple of surprises that people have suspected, but I already know the full cast. So I spoke to somebody. Well, I know somebody who helped write the script, for God's sake. So there's that. Anyways, I got to see the trailer. So, all right. So listen, if anybody wants to hear about it, whatever. If not, I'm going to give you guys a 10-second countdown, and you can tune it out. But the only way you're going to be able to see the trailer is if you go see Avatar. So if you're not going to see Avatar, you're not going to see the trailer. But anyways, tune out in 10, 9. 8, 7, 6, 5. This is your spoiler warning. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, spoiler time. Okay, so I saw the trailer. It is a teaser trailer. There are going to be 4 teaser there's going to be 3 teaser trailers and an actual trailer. So what they're doing is they're doing 3 teasers. They are exactly 1 minute and 15 seconds long or 1 minute and 20 seconds long. It depends. They're going to be doing the 3 teasers, and those 3 teasers are actually tied together, and they form one teaser trailer. It's kind of cool what they did, so they split it up. And then there's going to be a 4th actual trailer that's going to be tied into those 3 teaser trailers. So I saw the first of 3, and the first is Captain America is back. And I don't mean Falcon, I mean Steve Rogers. And it shows him in his home. If you remember the end of Endgame, he's in his house. You know the house that they panned out? Like when him and Peggy are now together because he brought the Infinity Stones back. And instead of going back to the future, he decides to stay in the past so he can have a life with Peggy. And you remember how the whole Avengers saga ended with him dancing, right? With Peggy, and they have a life. So now, opening shot, it goes in there, and there's his house. There's Steve Rogers' house, and they pan in. And then what happens is, as it pans in, it shows him there, and he's holding the Captain America suit. Like you see it with like the blue suit with the star on it and all that shit, and he's staring at it or whatever. And he keeps looking at it, and then he puts it down, and then you hear the whimper of a baby, and then he turns over, and then he grabs, like he's like changing the baby or whatever. It's his baby. He's got a son now. So now Captain America, well, Steve Rogers, I don't know. I did listen, I'm just going to call him Captain America. I know people would be like, oh, well, Falcon is now Captain America, whatever. I'm just going to call him Captain America, okay? So anyways, he has a son now. So now he's got real stakes. Now he's got a wife and a son, but it also doesn't tell you when this takes place. So there's a possibility that this is a Steve Rogers who may not have been the Steve Rogers from Endgame. This could be a different variant of Steve Rogers because it looks like it's modern. It actually shows the Captain America motorcycle parked in front of the house. But it kind of looks like a modern setting. But if you look at it, when he went back in time, into the 1930s and 40s when Peggy was young. So is this a different variant that now takes place in the future? Jesus Christ, my brain just went cross-eyed. So that is a possibility there. Now, the thing is, the screen then, after he's holding his own baby, he's holding his son, the screen goes black, and it says Steve Rogers will return in Avengers Doomsday. And that's it. That's the teaser. That's all it is. So there it is. That's the teaser. So it's not much to tell. Anybody who tuned out for a minute, there it is. But now the second teaser is going to be Thor, because they're doing character pieces, right? They're going to do 3 character pieces. It's going to be Steve Rogers, Captain America, Thor is going to be the second teaser. The rumor is the third teaser is going to be Robert Downey Jr. And then there will be an actual Doomsday trailer. There it is. So it's kind of cool. So now starting this Friday, you'll get to see the Steve Rogers teaser. And that's going to run for 1 week. And then starting the following Friday, which is the 26th, so that'd be Boxing Day for us, the day after Christmas, week 2 will be the Thor teaser. And then the following Friday after that, which is after New Year's, that would be January 2nd, I guess it is. That will be teaser 3. And that will be what is rumored to be either Robert Downey Jr. There was a possibility that it might have been Loki, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Talos Ray is now watching it on YouTube. Okay, so there's a bootleg out there. I watched the real one, but yeah, you can watch the bootleg. They're out there. So that's out there. So it's going to be Thor as the second one, maybe Robert Downey Jr. or Loki as the third teaser, and then the fourth is not going to be a teaser. The fourth is going to be a full-blown trailer revealing whatever they want to reveal. Let's also not forget, folks, that this movie is not a summer movie. This movie is next Christmas. It's coming out in the winter time, so we've got a long time to wait. So they won't show everything. They're going to show teasers or whatever, and then they'll probably show another teaser. It won't be until another 6 months. Probably till midsummer you'll see another teaser. So there it goes. So that's what's going on with Marvel. Pretty interesting. But I'm interested to know what timeline this Steve Rogers thing is going to take place, and if he's a different variant that's been either pulled out of time or he's living in a different time. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. All right, folks. Anybody got any questions? Anything you guys want to talk about? I think we literally covered everything. I mean, it's 3.5 hours here. We've covered everything I can imagine. However, if there's anything else you guys want to talk about, let's talk about it. I see some people talking about DC in the chat. Let me tell you something. DC's in a lot of fucking trouble. A lot more than you know. I assure you. There's a lot of talking going on behind the scenes. Because first of all, you got the drama with Paramount Plus and Netflix. That's drama number 1. Drama number 2, love it or hate it. That's up to you. I'm not going to argue any of that shit. I hated the fucking movie. Superman did not make enough money. It squeaked out a profit, but Superman needed to make $1 billion because that was going to be utilized to fund other DC projects. Well, now those projects don't have funding, so now they have to go to the parent company and beg for literally $300 or $400 million. They're not going to get it. James Gunn is in fucking trouble, and he's shaking in his boots right now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just for Xbox is King, we're going to have to go back, and I'm going to review the last 3. I'm going to give him a synopsis of the last 3.5 hours. All right, there it is. That was all. That was the last 3.5 hours. Yes, Josh Duckwall, there is a countdown. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Because it's a doomsday clock, right? The idea is that each trailer that ends, you're going to hear a clock ticking, Josh, because what's happening is that's the doomsday clock counting down to 0 that Doom makes his appearance. You see what I'm saying? Yep, Glinzer, DC screwed Cavill 100%. No, not DC. It was fucking James Gunn. It was James Gunn. Because DC didn't screw Cavill. James Gunn wanted him out of there for whatever reason, whatever his motivations were. But it doesn't make much sense because he's like, oh, well, we're moving on. But as he moves on, he kept half of the characters of the Snyderverse, including the actors. So what sense did that make? Oh, we're moving on, but we're going to keep this character. We're going to keep that character. We're going to keep this character. We're going to keep that character. What the fuck are you talking about? Henry Cavill was the best Superman next to Christopher Reeve of this century, including all the TV works. But by the way, there's a lot of great Superman on TV, like, the CW shows and stuff. The Supermen in those different shows were fucking great. They were great. They were great Supermen. But in the 20th century, the best Superman was Christopher Reeve. 21st century, hands down, Henry Cavill takes it. Xbox is king saying Mag looks bigger than The Rock. Yeah, I bench press 200 pounds, dude. I'm not just a gamer, man. I crush. So anyways, the point is that Superman was supposed to make well over $1 billion because, like I said, what they do, and this is something that people don't understand. So, see, now this also goes to the video game industry, by the way. This is something that this ties it all the same business model. So, for example, let's just take Sony because it's easier. Because Microsoft is their business model is very confusing, but Sony's very simple. It's make, buy, sell, and that's it, right? So, when they make a huge blockbuster title, they have certain expectations for that. For example, God of War. It needs to sell 5 million and above, or whatever, make $1 billion, that kind of shit, whatever. Now, that $1 billion that they make in profit or whatever, $500 million in profit, whatever it is. Let's just say 500 million just for argument's sake, okay? That $500 million in profit does not go back to Sony Santa Monica. That's not how it works. What happens is they pay the staff, they give them the bonuses and all that other shit, right? They do that. Then what they do is they take the profit of that, take it out of Sony Santa Monica, because Sony Santa Monica is fine. They break even, and then of course they give everybody bonuses, and then they keep going or whatever else, and they're self-funded or whatever. They take the $500 million profit, and then they put it into 6 or 7 different other projects. And that money is used, that money is used to fund those other projects. That's how that works. And so when Yoshida was talking about, you remember when he had that discussion when he says, yeah, when we launch 10 games, we only need 1 to be successful. That's what he means by that. So what they do is that one blockbuster title funds those other 9 titles. Now, they might not all be AAA titles, and you're not gonna fund 9 AAA titles off the success of one game. That's not what he's talking about. But no, sorry, he didn't say 1. I think he said 2. If you have like 2 or 3 out of 10 that are successful, he goes, that's all you need. The rest don't have to make money. They can break even. They can even lose money. It doesn't matter, because what happens is, the profits from those AAA bangers, they fund those other 7 projects, 6 projects, 8 projects, however many projects it is. And that's how Hollywood works exactly the same way. So, for example, what Superman would do, Superman was supposed to make well over $1 billion, if not more, 1.5 billion, 1.3 billion, whatever they needed internally. And then what they do with that money is they take that money and they put it towards Supergirl. Then they take that money and they put it towards, what the hell is it called? Damn it, what the fuck? A Clayface. They put that towards Clayface. They take some of that money and then they divvy that up and they put it towards, I don't know. I'm pulling another title out of my ass. A Lobo solo movie or something. I don't know. Whatever. You know what I mean? I'm just coming up with these ideas. A Killer Croc TV show. A new Lanterns TV show. Lanterns Season 2 or whatever, right? Like something like that. And that's what they do. So they take these monster blockbusters to do that, and those things have to fund those other projects. Well, guess what? Superman barely even made $100 million profit. I know that sounds fucking insane for someone like you and I, but less than $100 million profit, or somewhere in the range of $100 million profit, that ain't going to fund nothing. And on top of it, I think the biggest mistake now, because now you've got Paramount and you've got Netflix both looking side-eyed at WB Games saying, we don't give a shit about that. That's worth nothing to us. Netflix literally openly said that's worth nothing to us. That means, as I had predicted, they're going to shut down every fucking studio except for Portkey and maybe NetherRealm. Sorry, NetherRealm, because they're working on an Injustice 3 and they have proven to make money. So NetherRealm will stay and Portkey will stay because Portkey's making Hogwarts Legacy 2. That's going to sell 35 million fucking copies. Okay, and NetherRealm with Injustice 3 that's coming, they'll sell 10 million copies easy. Easy. Because NetherRealm is proven. Everybody else, you're gone. You're gone. Rocksteady, you're gone. Unless you can say our next game is Batman Arkham 4, you're closed. They are fire every motherfucker on that staff. Mark my words. So anyways, that being the case, do you think those companies are happy right now with the DCEU that Gunn is running? Superman didn't make enough money. The other shit is bombing. Nobody watched Peacemaker Season 2. It bombed. Ratings bombed. Now, The next movie you launch is Supergirl, and you make her a smartass, whatever the fuck. You can say whatever you want. I think it was disrespectful. I think that Superman, the movie, I think they were disrespectful to Superman. 90% of the movie, he wasn't even the focus. It was all those side characters that nobody gives a shit about. The movie should have been about Superman alone and not all these other fucking clown D-list and E-list superheroes that nobody gives a shit about. They should fuck those guys. It should have been about Superman and Superman alone. Man of Steel was about Superman. He wasn't surrounded by another James Gunn, Guardians of the Galaxy, fucking 9 characters, nobody knows bullshit, polka dot man. You know what I mean? You see what I'm getting at? Nonsense. But you did, and you fucked it up. And now your next movie is Supergirl, where the opening scene of the trailer is Krypto pissing on Superman's face. That was a visual representation of everything that happened in that first Superman movie. They basically pissed all over Superman in that movie. She even called him a bitch in Superman 1. Superman 1 in Superman. She called him a bitch. If you're trying to disrespect the reverence of Superman, you definitely did it. I'm not saying he's an omnipotent god and you have to treat him as such. You don't have to treat him as like an emperor and bow down to Superman. But you can tell that like they just weren't interested in making a Superman movie. When you focused on the all these other characters that nobody fucking cares about, the Justice Gang or whatever that, like, who cares? Why are we focusing on those guys? Like, what are we talking about? It's supposed to be a Superman movie. Superman was barely part of it. He got stuck in some rainbow river for like half the movie. Like, nonsense. It should have been Superman, Lex Luthor, and Brainiac or whatever the hell was going on there. I don't know. I watched the movie once. I never watched it again because I'm like, this is fucking dog water. This is hot dog water. That's what I thought about that movie. Now, that's just my opinion. If you guys in the chat loved it, it's all good. You're allowed to you're allowed to disagree. There's no problem with that. You're allowed to disagree and say, I love Superman. And I'd be like, you know what? I respect your opinion. All good. Yeah, Big Boy Barry. Arkham 4, and it's halfway done. That's the only way that Rocksteady survives. If not, they're all done. They're fired. Whoever takes them over, the first studio that's getting closed is that one. Monolith is already gone. They canceled Wonder Woman. They're fucked. They're gone. So anyways, James Gunn decides to focus on Supergirl, who was... whatever. It's okay that they made her a drunken mess. Like, you know, in the first one, she stumbles into the Fortress of Solitude, like half wasted because she was on some red sun planet and doing her thing. And who cares? But like, already the fact that like Superman was barely featured in a Superman film. Then at the end of the movie, she calls him a bitch. And then the opening scene of the trailer of Supergirl is Krypto pissing on his face. Like there was a newspaper article and it showed Superman on it, and Krypto walks over and pisses on his face. If that's not an absolute representation of how James Gunn feels about Superman, I can't think of anything more accurate than that. Because that's exactly what fucking happened in that trailer. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, yep, they're fucked. DCEU is fucked. They're done. Gunn ain't gonna even finish his mark my words, guys, right now. Mark my words. He will not finish his vision of the DCEU. It will not be done. And the biggest mistake they made is they should have made Superman about Superman and fuck all these other characters that nobody gives a shit about. And then you should have introduced Batman right away. Not right away, in the next movie. But instead, you decide to go for Killer Croc, Lanterns, Peacemaker Season 2 that nobody watched, and then you focus on Supergirl. Instead of focusing on DC's most profitable character, he is the Spider-Man of DC, because Spider-Man is still Marvel's biggest character of all time, and it always will be. Most profitable as well. Batman. You announced that you're going to do Brave and the Bold. Okay, so it's going to be about the Batman family. But now I'm starting to think, based on the way that James Gunn has been running Superman, is Batman going to be the laughing joke of that too? Where it's going to be all the different Robins and Batgirl and Robin and the other Robin and Dick Grayson and all these other guys are all going to be in there, and Batman's just going to be the bumbling fool in the background while all the rest of them are just doing shit like Superman did? Is that what's going to happen? Because that's what it sounds like. Because they're like, oh yeah, it's going to be about the Bat family. So I'm like, okay, James Gunn can't get his head out of his own ass when it comes to this Guardians of the Galaxy shit, Suicide Squad stuff. Suicide Squad was good. And I love Guardians of the Galaxy. But it worked for that. But he keeps putting these ensemble movies of all these characters together. Just make a movie about one fucking guy or girl. Why do we need 7 other side characters, all the wacky, quirky people? Like, fuck off. Make a Batman movie about Batman. And fuck Robin. And Batgirl. And Dick Grayson. And the rest of them. You know what I'm saying? That's just my personal opinion. And then now, you decided you're not going to release Batman at all. I'm thinking at this point, if Supergirl bombs, which probably will, are they even going to get to Batman before they get canceled? Ha 78 Inc. He's like, what, you didn't like the Blue Beetle? No, I did not. Yeah. Mando is a sequel to the series, Eddie Garcia. I did not finish season 3 because it was so abysmal and so awful. I turned it off after episode 2. It was so bad I couldn't sit through it. So now my question is this. When Supergirl bombs and the Lanterns show doesn't pick up much steam and Killer Croc and what's it called? Clayface, nobody even knows what the hell's going on. These are not marketable names. I'm not even certain, and this is just a thought. Arrow Nation's saying Peacemaker apparently got canceled in October. Yeah, because it was so bad, dude. Nobody watched the fucking thing. I watched 2 episodes and turned it off. I turned it off halfway through the second episode. I'm like, this is the worst fucking show. Xbox is king. I liked Mandalorian season 1 and 2. Season 3, I couldn't even get past the second episode. Sorry, I watched 2 full episodes. I couldn't get to the third. By the time the third episode, I just turned it off. I'm like, I can't do this. So now my question is this. Does James Gunn even make it to Batman? Because they're going to look at mediocre success, Superman, and they're going to look at bomb, and then he's going to, oh, and by the way, I need 350 to 400 million to make a Batman movie. They're going to be like, yeah, sounds cool, bro. Why don't you go do that at home and play with your toys? Because we ain't giving you that because you are not consistently doing well in the DCEU. In fact, Zack Snyder did better than him. So everybody who talks shit about Zack Snyder, I can tell you this. Zack Snyder's universe was far more successful than James Gunn's DC. Don't forget, Aquaman made $1 billion. Wonder Woman made over $1 billion. Man of Steel made, I think, like 60% more than what this Superman is, counted for inflation, because the ticket prices were different prices, whatever. And so, like, accounted for inflation, it actually made like 60% more than this Superman did. Blew it out of the fucking water. Sold like 60% more tickets or something like that. I can't remember. I had the figures. I actually had the figures on one of my screen. Yeah, Kuja, you're absolutely right, man. He says James Gunn Batman would also be lighthearted, whimsical type of movie. True. It's a true story, man. Jay Slayer. No, Nathan Fillion is not. Well, I think he's going to be in the show, but there's a show called Lanterns, and they're having the 2 Lanterns. Hold on. I'll tell you right now. Hal Jordan, obviously, being the original Lantern that we know from DC Comics. And then there was the other one, John Stewart. John Stewart was the other one. So Hal Jordan was Hal Jordan's the white dude, and John Stewart's the black dude. And they both and then at one point in the comics, they both coexisted with each other. Right? So they were both lanterns protecting Earth, right? Because they were both representatives of Earth, and they both represented Earth. And this show, which funny enough, I'm actually looking forward to the show because I like the idea that you've got this sort of buddy cop film sort of idea of like the two lanterns like protecting Earth from God knows what, like from whatever, you know what I mean? From like whatever like galactic threat or even like earthly threat. I think that's really cool. And so yeah, so it's gonna be John Stewart and Hal Jordan. They're gonna be the two lanterns, and they're the two that represent Earth. And I like that idea. But the thing is, how many of you? Let me ask you this: how many of you out there knew that this show was even coming out? A, and how many of you even know about the Lantern Corps outside of, you know, maybe the Ryan Reynolds movie, or maybe a few comics here and there, or maybe even like some of like the Justice League cartoons or some shit. I mean, like other than that. A lot of people don't know who the Lanterns are. And so now the show is literally just called Lanterns. That's going to make it even more fucked up because if you just call it Lanterns, you don't even have the marketable name of Green Lantern. It's just called Lanterns. That's only for hardcore. And hardcore are not going to make enough dinero in order to keep this thing moving forward. You have to call it Green Lantern Corps. Or call it Green Lantern Legends or some shit like that. I don't know. Call it something other than just lanterns. Because if you hear the word lantern, what the fuck does that mean? Like, the average Joe Six-Pack have no idea what the fuck that means. Eddie Garcia knew about lanterns, absolutely. Colin Prime knows everything about everything, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. That's for you, Colin Prime. Congratulations, by the way, on winning that Battlefield 6 code. I think you're really going to enjoy it. And if you ever see me online playing, come and join me, buddy. Cooj, no, man, I don't think so, man. I think the only chance that Zack Snyder had for a comeback of the DCE, of his, the Snyderverse, was the Saudis... was the Saudis buying WB, because Snyder's tight with the Saudis, eh? Like you see him, he's taking pictures with them and shit like that, and like he's doing all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I would imagine at this point, no, Netflix lost money with what the hell was it called? What the hell was that shit? He did a movie. Remember that he did like the 2 movies. You guys remember that? What it was? I'm gonna put Zack Snyder at Netflix. It'll show up. Rebel Moon 1 and 2. They cost a shitload of money and they didn't do very well on Netflix. And now what I mean by didn't do well is just they didn't get the viewership. And they didn't get new subscribers as a result of that. That's how they measure success on subscription services. Grandpa Barbecue, he's saying calling it lanterns means they can use the whole rainbow. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Xbox is king. Yeah, they now have, by the way, I don't know if you guys knew this, but now the Saudis have a controlling number of stock in EA. So now they can call shots as opposed to just, hi, we own a portion of it or we own a majority. No, now they can actually call shots. They basically have a controlling part of the business. So it is what it is. But you know what? They're not going to make waves, man. They're not going to make waves. These are not people that are like in that respect, like in the business aspect. They're not radical in the business aspect at all. They're going to be very conservative, and they're going to say, listen, make shit that sells. Your Maddens, your NHLs, your football clubs, your Battlefields, you know, your Apex Legends, your Jedi Survivor games, whatever the fuck. They're going to focus on all the stuff that makes them a ton of money. They're not going to sit there and all of a sudden say, hey, let's start funding random-ass weird indie games. No, fuck you. That's not how it works. This is a money-making scheme. This is a money-making business. And what's happening is at this point, the Saudis have so much money because of the oil, they have to start moving the money around before it becomes useless. That's how big money works. They have to spend it, otherwise it loses its value. You might as well just turn it into firewood at that point, or to fuel your fire, because that's what money is that's just sitting there. Why do you think Microsoft goes out and acquires shit? They didn't acquire stuff to make themselves bigger. They're acquiring stuff because they need to move the money, otherwise they're going to have to pay more fucking taxes. That's how it works. That's how winning is done. Anyway, that's basically how that whole thing works. So anyways, should be interesting to see, folks. I'm not really 100% sure that Netflix is going to take them because I think that Paramount has the right to for a hostile takeover because, again, as I said before, Paramount offered them $30 a share, whereas Netflix offered them $28 a share. Paramount was mysteriously ignored, and then of course they tried to seal a deal with Netflix, which didn't go well, with Paramount, and didn't go well with the investors. The investors are fucking pissed off, and I would be too, because if I was an investor and I had $1 million, $2 million, whatever, $3 million in WB, and someone offered me $30 a share over 28, you bet your ass if I have millions of dollars at stake, I'm taking the $30. I'd tell Netflix to go fuck themselves, or they can match the $30, and then I'd be okay with that. But Netflix doesn't seem to be doing that. They tried to do a sneaky scumbag backdoor deal by cutting out Paramount and ignoring them and not telling the shareholders. Well, shareholders, they're not millionaires for being fucking stupid. They know what's going on, and they knew what was going on. And let's face it, nobody wants Netflix to buy anything. Netflix, outside of a couple of IPs, they fucking suck. Outside of a couple of IPs. Imagine that clown show got a hold of the DC. You know, when people keep saying the words superhero fatigue, they're not talking about people are tired of seeing superheroes. I think it's just bad decision fatigue that people have when it comes to superhero movies. They put in characters nobody wants. They start putting in activist bullshit. I don't want to get into all that stuff, but they do that, and that's what's been happening for the last 5 years. And you wonder why they're bringing Steve Rogers back. Because everything else they've tried to appease people who don't watch superhero movies, they try to appease people who do not watch superhero movies, and guess what? It fucking failed. It failed. And so what do? The Hail Mary of all Hail Marys. They give Robert Downey Jr. $100 million. They give, what's his name there? Steve Rogers, who knows how much. They hire the Russo brothers again, who haven't worked on Disney movie for 5 years. They bring back every conceivable superhero from 1990s till now and shove them into one movie. And don't tell me that's not a Hail Mary. That's a Hail Mary because they've been fucking up for 5 years. And DC is hot on their fucking heels because the same thing is going to happen to them. It's going to be a disaster all over again. I'm calling it now. It's a hot take. I understand it. I know it's a hot take. But I'm telling you now, DC does not keep James Gunn to even make a Batman movie, because by the time he gets around to make a Batman movie, there are going to be so many failures that they're just going to say, sorry, dude, we're going to cut our losses here. It's a hot take, I understand, but I think that that's the case. Oh, Jay Slayer, don't get me wrong. Oh, Pushing Polygons, I didn't even know you were here.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
How you doing, buddy? Let's see what Pushing Polygon said. Oh, here he goes. My idea for FCI, what the hell is FCI? Is to use Man of Steel and Christopher Nolan's Batman as base. You do Batman Beyond to introduce new Batman. They were going to do that with Michael Keaton, guys. They were going to do that with Michael Keaton, but the Flash movie didn't do well, which is I kind of liked it. I mean, Michael Keaton as Batman was awesome. You do Batman Beyond to introduce new Batman and bring back Henry Cavill and do Man of Steel 2, which they were supposed to do. Wipe all of that off. Yeah, man, I agree with that. I agree with that statement. Thank you. Thank you, Pusher Polygons. And welcome to the show, of course.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker! Get in there, fight, maggot!
That's right. Get in there and fight, maggots. Yes, Kuja, Avengers Doomsday and New Spider-Man are in 2026. Spider-Man New Day comes out in the summer of 2026, and Avengers Doomsday comes out in December of 2026. Yes. I'm excited for both. So all this bitching and moaning I've been talking about, it's not me bitching and moaning. I'm just telling you what's happening, and that's what's going to happen. And they're just facts. They're just facts. You don't even have to argue with me. It's just a fact. Marvel has fucked up consistently since Endgame. Because they tried to go in a different direction. They tried to kill off these characters. They tried to appease certain people and all this other bullshit, whatever. Did you guys hear the latest when they're showing all these, all the actors and actresses, whatever, in like the new in Avengers Doomsday? Now there are people coming out, now these women coming out saying there's not enough female representation. I'm like, we tried it your way for 5 fucking years. And it failed miserably because your demographic does not go see superhero movies on the whole. Yes, there's a portion of you that does. My wife loves superhero movies. She watches all of them. She loves it. She's into superhero movies, fantasy movies, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings. My wife's a nerd. She loves that shit. But the majority of women out there want to go see fucking Barbie. I know that's a blanket statement, but it's a fucking fact. Barbie made $1 billion. Who went to go see it? Answer me that. Riddle me this, Batman. We tried, as some people have quoted in the past, the MCU, where it was 3-1 women characters over men, and guess what? Nobody went to go see them. They all bombed. They all failed in the theaters and on Disney+. So we tried it your way for 5 years. So now they're like, well, fuck, this all failed. We're losing hundreds of millions of billions of dollars at this point. We got to throw a Hail Mary. Get the old gang back. Everybody, get them all back. You think at this point they're just going to leave Black Panther alone? Black Panther's son is going to be, not in Avengers Doomsday, but he might be in Secret Wars. They're going to have to bring back Black Panther, Captain America, Falcon, Winter Soldier, Iron Man. You think that Robert Downey Jr. is going to stay Doctor Doom for the whole, 2 movies? He's coming back as Iron Man, folks. Loki, Thor, Guardians, Fantastic Four, they're all going to come back. The X-Men, Wolverine and Deadpool are going to be in these movies, right? So they're all going to be there. They all got to, Hail Mary, you got to bring everybody back because they have to somehow make up for 5 years of failure. And it's been 5 years of failure. And now, once again, as was asked earlier in the chat, is that James Gunn is going to be right there with them because James Gunn is following the same path of just failure because he understands the source material. He knows the source material. He's not respecting the source material. Personal opinion. Personal opinion. Madam Web. 2026 is going to be a great year for Marvel. You got the Wolverine game on PlayStation. You got Spider-Man New Day. Oh my God, I can't wait for Spider-Man. I am so excited for the Spider-Man movie. Guys, it's Spider-Man, The Punisher, which, by the way, they're doing a special on Disney Plus for The Punisher, and it's gonna have John Bernthal and everything else. It's gonna be like a mini series, and that's gonna lead up to the movie. So I can't fucking wait for both of that. They did a good job with Daredevil, by the way. Daredevil New Day was great. Just nobody watched it because they fucked up everything else from Marvel so badly that it stained the name and people just didn't watch it. But I can tell you this, Rebirth or whatever the hell it was called, Daredevil Reborn was good. I enjoyed it. Anyways, yeah, sorry, it was called Daredevil Reborn. It's going to be Spider-Man, Punisher, Savage Hulk, not Smart Hulk from Endgame. It's going to be Savage Hulk. Savage Hulk is back. with Spider-Man and Punisher. Dude, that is a fucking teenage boy's wet dream when it comes to comics. I'm in 100%. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see the new Spider-Man movie. I'm so excited. And then there's rumors, by the way, that they're actually going to introduce the MCU X-Men in that movie. No, Kuja, Venom DLC, Venom standalone. It's not a DLC, it's a standalone game. It's not coming out in 2026. It's coming out in 27, if not later. And then Spider-Man 3 is being developed for the PlayStation 6 exclusively, not for PlayStation 5. Yeah, that's a fact. Brandon Christensen, I hope so too, but the problem is, dude, at that point, you bring back what characters, though? He says, I hope the Russo brothers will bring Marvel back. Back to what, though? Because when Secret Wars ends, I can guarantee that will be 100% the last time you see all those legacy characters. So who do you continue with? The guys that you failed with for 5 years? Or do you just start fresh? What I think they should do, this is a personal opinion, again, I think that they should actually keep all the legacy characters and just bring in new actors. Have Secret Wars wipe the timeline. The timeline ends and a new timeline begins. That means new Captain America, Steve Rogers, Captain America, a new Captain America, a new Black Panther, a new Iron Man, a new Thor, a new Loki, a new everybody. And you can introduce and sprinkle in different characters in there. That's totally fine. But I think you need to keep the core character, a new Hulk, and you bring in a younger generation of those characters, not the same actors, but same characters and everything else, and you bring them in and you start all over again in a positive direction, kind of like you treat the IP like James Bond. So every generation you get a new Bond. So every generation for us, we get a new Iron Man, you get a new Hulk, you get a new Captain America, you get a new Falcon, you get a new Black Panther, you get a new Thor, a new Loki, etc., 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 right? A new Black Widow, a new Deadpool, a new Wolverine, and on and on and on. And you do that every generation. Every 20 years, you just relaunch it again with a new set of characters. You bring up a circumstance which brings in the new characters, whatever, and you just go from there. And you just keep the legacy characters because nobody gives a fuck about Shang-Chi. Nobody cares about the Marvels. Nobody cares about Captain Marvel. Nobody cares about America Chavez. Nobody cares about these characters. Nobody cares about Echo. Nobody cares about these characters. They care about Kingpin, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange. You know what I mean? You see what I'm getting at? You can change the actors and change everything else, but keep the characters the same. Because it's not going to work. Talos Ray, what do you think is going to happen here on this channel? In 25 years when I retire from YouTube, I'm telling you about this right now, I'm going to keep going until I'm 75. And the other thing is going to be like, oh, you're going to be too old to do that shit. Who's going to watch an old man? You motherfuckers are going to watch me. You know why? Because you're all going to be the same age as me. So you're all going to sit here and you're going to rock out with me all the way until I retire or die or whatever. We're all going to do that. I don't know, Aero Nation. I know that there's going to be X-Men showing up in the Spider-Man movie. I just don't know which ones. That's the rumor anyway. So what's going to happen, guys, in 25 years when I decide to stop speaking on YouTube or whatever is going to be after YouTube, because I don't think YouTube's going to be around forever, something else is going to take its place. I mean, let's face it. America Online, AOL is no longer around. Nobody uses MySpace anymore. That's closed down, right? So these things don't last forever. So in 25 years, it'll probably be a different medium. But it doesn't matter. The point is that whatever the new medium is going to be, I'll still be on there. But when I decide to retire, we're going to do like a universe wipe, and then a new younger Mag is going to show up. That's what's going to happen. A 40-year-old Mag is going to show up. And then he's going to continue for another 35 years. And then after that, then another Mag is going to show up. Mag is going to be eternal for all different generations. That's exactly what's going to happen. Maybe my son will be the new Mag. Oh, Aero Nation, we'll all be in the same nursing home, man. Yeah, Xbox is king. Secret Wars is going to have a ton of characters. That's where you're going to see Spider-Man. You're not going to see Spider-Man in Doomsday, but you're going to see Spider-Man in Secret Wars. And I mean Tom Holland's Spider-Man. You're going to see Tom Holland's there. Although there is a rumor also that Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man will be in Secret Wars, but not Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. It'll be Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man will be in Secret Wars. Xbox is king. He's going, Meg, come on, bro. By then you'll be using an avatar, an AI avatar. Absolutely, let's do it. I could put me in a tube full of liquid and just have me like with all the the contraptions on my face and shit, and then just have my giant blue avatar running around a planet and just having fun. And meanwhile, my consciousness is inside like a tube filled with like gelatin and like bubbles and shit. That'd be hilarious. Anyways, guys, we've hit 4 hours today, man. This was an epic show. I got to get going, man. It was amazing tonight. 4 hours plus. And let me tell you something, guys. The generosity in this chat has been nothing short of absolutely mind-blowing. I don't even know how the hell we got to this point or how far we got, but I will do an update tomorrow at some point, or maybe even Thursday. But maybe Thursday I'm going to do an update on what's going on with the fundraiser and everything else like that, and we shall see. I will be doing a bonus stream Friday. Now, however, that being said, anybody who's still rocking out with me, by the way, God bless you guys all who have been still rocking out with me here. And the fact that I've been speaking for 4 hours straight is remarkable. However, that being said, tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are going to have a channel members only meeting here on YouTube. It's not going to be a live stream. It's not going to be a podcast. It's just going to be us, even if we just talk for about 15, 20 minutes. And channel members only. You guys are all invited. And we're going to have a private meeting where we're going to talk about the future of the channel and a couple of little things. We're going to talk about the Discord. And, of course, I need your feedback on what you would like me to cook next for my Munching with Mag cooking video. So we'll talk about that then. So anybody, remember, channel members, tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern, right here. It will show up as a live event for you, but it's only going to be available to the channel members. So it'll be a private little event. We'll just talk in whatever, and then we'll shoot the breeze, and then we'll all do our thing. So anyways, anybody who doesn't come check that out, I will also be doing a stream Friday night. I may do a little bit of talking. I may do a little bit of gaming. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we'll play some Call of Duty that night with the community. Maybe we'll get some rounds in, have some fun. Cybergunner drops a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, brother. And he says, great show. Chat, you all rock. Thank you so much, dude. And thank you, everybody, tonight for the gifted memberships, for the super chats, for the donations to the GoFundMe that's tagged at the top there. After the show, by the way, anybody listening to after the fact, the link for the GoFundMe will be in the description below. So if anybody wants to... everybody wants to donate to the charity for Children's Hospice, it's right there. It's something that I've been doing. I want to do every year, every Christmas time. And, of course, also thank you to the community who gave away 27 game codes tonight. And to all the lucky recipients who got those codes, greatly appreciated, man. And everybody who donated, thank you guys so much. So, anyways, God bless you guys. You guys are all absolutely incredible. The support is humbling beyond words. I have nothing more to say about that. But anyways, again, thank you guys so much. And channel members, we'll see you guys all tomorrow night. And I will do an announcement on Thursday as to how everything is going with the charity. So anyways, everyone have yourself a great night. We'll talk to y'all soon. Stay magnificent. And we'll catch you then. Bye now.